Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here tonight kicking off a brand new Trilogy campaign that is going to be set in the world of Chrome City. Now, this is going to be Harbinger, which is in playtest currently by the Absolute Tabletop Company. I highly recommend that you go download these rules and check them out if you like what you see tonight. So I'm super excited to be bringing this kind of to all of you here on the channel. You've seen a lot of Chrome City, I'm sure, if you've been here for a while, but it's always great to kind of start a new story to take place here. And I'm really happy to be doing so with the 4 players that I have managed to gather around the virtual table with me this evening. And I'm going to give them a chance to introduce themselves, a couple of new faces, a couple of old faces. Well, I say old faces, but, you know, familiar faces, I guess is probably the better way to put it. Except for that one person. You know who you are. No, I'm going to give the same warning that I give at the beginning of each and every single one of my games, and that is, if foul language and mature subject matter are things that bother you, then you really shouldn't watch a single thing that you find on this YouTube channel. You've been warned. But if you don't mind those kinds of things, and you also enjoy immature humor and, good storytelling, I hope, then welcome. You're at the right place. You're at the right place. So yeah, I'm going to pass things over to my players, and then we're going to get this thing started. So we're going to start with the familiar old faces with my brother from another mother, Chad.
Hello, Internet. My name is Chad Nick. You can find me numerous places throughout AbTab, and you can find me on Twitter at CNickVO. You can find me playing every other Friday over at Acersin. We play a Westocalypse game over there on Twitch, run by our lovely Cole over there, and that's fantastic. And yeah, I am playing a Forgeborn Mancer tonight by the name of Ulysses, and I am very excited to get a chance to play something that I haven't played before. And I don't think I've ever played a Forgeborn or a Mancer in Harbinger, so this is a brand new, cool experience for me. Yeah, really excited to be back playing at the table, buddy.
Fantastic, man. Yeah. You know I love you. I'm glad to have you in another game, especially a longer format game. It's not something that you and I have gotten the chance to.
Yeah, usually we've only been able to ever do like one shots and stuff. This will be nice to sit back and play through it.
Looking forward to it. All right. Next, we have we call him lovingly the other Chad.
Hi, I'm Chad Smith. You can find me at Absolute Tabletop as well. If you don't know what that is, it's a great community, a group over on Facebook where you can get in games just like this and maybe even host your own. And that's where you can find the playtest materials, or at least the link to be able to access these, to be able to play this particular type of setting that we are. It is a pleasure to be back at your table. It is a great time to be back at the bitch that it is, Chrome City. Hopefully she's a little bit more forgiving this time. We'll see. I definitely have not played the new Forgeborn. I got a little twist on it here, though. I'm not technically a Forgeborn as maybe it might be in the normal fluff. So we're going to have fun exploring that a little bit. And it's a pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, same, Chad. Gotten to game with you similarly a lot in the short form. Although I think I did have both of you, Chads, in the Inquisitor's Toll that we did here on the channel a long time ago, also set in Chrome City. So very happy to have both of you gentlemen back at the table, and excited to see where this is going to go. All right. Next, I'm very happy and proud to introduce two people who are new to the channel. This will be the first time that I've ever played with them. We did have a session 0 previously before starting this, but this is only the second time that I've seen them face to face, and I'm really excited to welcome the two gentlemen to the channel. So, Glenn, I'm going to pass it to you first to introduce yourself if you'd like, and give people whatever information you'd like them to have.
Sure thing. So yeah, my name's Glenn Moorhead. I'm not really on the internet much. Don't really put it out there. It's not my business or what I get into on that much. But if you find me online, I guess neat. I'm on all the standard social stuff, and I don't really try to hide it. So we'll see if I have to after today. But no, super excited to be on and play with this one. Tabletop gamer for years, since the original D&D and even mostly AD&D era from that, along with some of the early Call of Cthulhu, Tales from Floating Vagabond, GURPS, and Cyberpunk, the original one, not the new one yet. Haven't got into tried to play Red yet, but we'll see how that goes. I'm super excited to see this. It's a fun looking world, and it sounds like it's a fun group from our session 0. And I'm playing Kahiti, Voidborn Treader, soldier background for this one. Super excited to get the ball rolling.
Excellent. Yeah, man, like I said, I'm super happy to be able to have the opportunity to run a game for you. I hope that Chrome City lives up to your experiences with Cyberpunk, and who knows, maybe we can get lucky enough and maybe even exceed them. Oh. All right, last but certainly not least, also new to the channel is Todd.
I am Todd. I don't exist on the internet in terms of any kind of following or channels or anything. I'm really interested in Cyberpunk and looking forward to playing the game.
Hell yes, me as well, sir. So yeah, as I said, welcome to both of you. Thank you so much for coming with me on this journey. So I think without further ado, we can go ahead and get started. If I can get my playlist to play me something badass, that would be nice. There we go. All right. Hold on to your butts. What compels us to dig deeper? Is it hope that the truth will set us free? Or is it simply the allure of the hunt? That inherent drive to uncover a secret? Some secrets are buried so deep that digging them up could cost us more than we are truly prepared to pay. And in the end, it will always have been a gamble of whether the truth is even something that we are willing to accept. The rainbow hues of overcrowded billboards cast their neon glow upon the saturated concrete corpse of the city, lending it the deception of false life. We find ourselves amid a sea of shadowed faces, turned downward in disinterest against the rain. The Forgeborn, their pale skin a perfect canvas for the myriad glow, emerges from a narrow alleyway and scans the street in both directions before turning up their collar and increasing their pace. Only after a full beat do we notice a second figure dislodge himself from a nearby restaurant's stool. In his pursuit of his suspect, he unknowingly kicks a piece of useless gutter tech directly into a storm drain. We pan downward, beneath even the most forgotten streets, where hidden deep within Chrome City's bowels is the landfill. Massive chutes drop the refuse from above into mountains of discarded devices. We see the kicked piece of gutter tech tumble out of a nearby chute and disappear into the pile of clutter. But even here, even amongst the forgotten, and the unwanted, there are those forging their own way. Sylvan, if you would please, describe to us what your shop and the area around it kind of look like.
So down an alley of many broken pieces of equipment and essentially dumpsters of gear, piles of detritus. There's a small shop with a wooden sign out front detailing the junk dealer that I am.
As we see this kind of ramshackled building, I imagine the building itself might even be made out of a lot of these discarded pieces that have ended up down here in the landfill. We can see a few figures kind of moving around inside of this shop, and one of them is in a chair that Sylvan is kind of currently busying himself around, maybe grabbing a few things off a shelf and coming back to the person in the chair, something to that effect. And the one in the chair seems to be getting fitted for a new part. Lucius, what is this new part that is currently being added to your arsenal?
Definitely these upgrading his arms, his shock grasps that he'll be able to do utilizing the Astra that flows through him. He's always got to upgrade his parts, as it's just junk that he's luckily to get off of Sylvan at a good price, and he's able to do the work for him. So he's got a brand new arm. Well, new to him.
Sylvan, where was it that you found these arms? What's different about them?
And down one of the many chutes, some of the gear falls. This one in particular came from further north than I normally go to gather gear. A little bit of modification, a little bit of repair. Makes it not as good as new, but good enough for down here.
Fantastic. So as we see kind of Sylvan finishing up the last bit of adjustments on Lucius's new arms, out front in the shop, we see another individual who's patiently waiting. Kahiti, what is it that you're kind of busying yourself with as you wait for this business that Sylvan is kind of finishing up with to conclude so that you can talk to him?
Kahiti's more glancing around the shop, not really paying attention to much, like absently flipping through material on the shelves, looking at it, throwing it back in there neatly, not trying to break anything or do anything with that. Sylvan's a friend after all. But not so much annoyed at waiting, but politely allowing his lack of patience to show through slightly a little bit. Like, I'm aware of, I've seen Lucius around, I know who he is and what he is, but not, I'm aware of him, but not, I don't know him. So quiet, close to the chest, also facing the door, kind of peripheral looking both into the shop back where Sylvan and Lucius are, and at the front door with my back more to the wares. Just sort of hanging out, biding my time.
And Lucius, how many times has this asshole who's waiting at the front of this shop cleared his throat now?
Too many times.
It's as Kahiti's patience is beginning to kind of wear thin again. And Sylvan, you're kind of tightening up the very few like kind of last, hex bolts or screws or whatever it is that's going to kind of hold these new arms in place. When all of a sudden the back door to your shop bursts open. And the Forgeborn that we saw just a moment ago as an audience comes bursting through that back door, kind of pauses, looks around, and immediately makes a beeline for the front door. 2-3 steps behind, the back door bursts open again, and in comes another Forgeborn. Chad, what do we see as Ulysses bursts into the back of this shop in pursuit of this Forgeborn?
You see a long, lanky alabaster, I want to say like an alabaster tone to the metal, almost like pure white. His eyes are that of yellow Astra, but he has like an old fedora and a like detective's duster with the necktie kind of haphazard, and he is like in hot pursuit, and you see that he God, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do it. Start things off right there, Jeremy. As I burst through the door, I am going to, let me look at my character sheet for a second. Yeah, I'm going to use, I'm going to do it. I'm going to try and use Energy Tendril, which will be all 3 of my Astrofade for this moment. But I'm going to try to use an Energy Tendril and lash out and grab at at my pursuer. Like, I'm going to try to grab him and pull him back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that a roll from you? An attack roll?
It is I guess Energy Tendril is a spell. I lash out with the tendril and attempt to grab the creature and pull them toward me. And the creature must succeed on a dexterity saving throw.
Dex save. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
So I will start this off great. And yeah, he'll have to make a dex save against my spell save DC, which I believe is 14.
Okay. So you, well, what does it look like as you summon this tendril?
So basically, the way that I look at it, he'll burst through the door. Stop right there. And his hand will reach out, and from all of his fingers, you see the just whips of yellow Astra go out, almost like what are they called? Bolas, right? Like bola whips, and they'll wrap around the ankles. And that's my intention, is just to wrap him up and pull him toward me. They all kind of they go out, but then they all interconnect and come back to the fingers, and I'll pull backwards on them.
You hurl this Astra out. You said it's yellow Astra, so it's
yellow Astra, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like this brilliant, like chartreuse, like yellow that glows. And as you kind of like lash out with these bolas, the figure kind of deftly steps up on top of a low like stool near a like a workbench here inside the back of Sylvan's shop. And as they do so, they put their foot down on a tray of like very carefully organized like mechanics, like clockwork mechanics, very small, minute pieces, and hurls that back behind them, using that tray to deflect the bolos that are kind of flying in their direction from Ulysses. They pass their save with a 19. So they kind of leap off of this bench through like the half window that separates the back from the front of the shop, pulls this kind of tumble, this somersault that doesn't look normal. It looks measured and mechanical, as it makes this perfect acrobatic move, gets back up to their feet and is headed towards the door. Puts their hand out, like almost leaping over the whatever serves as like a coffee table or an end table or something in the front, right out the front of the shop, almost taking the door off of its hinges.
Shit. Well, hello, Silence. I didn't mean to interrupt anything. Excuse me. And he'll continue to like try to pursue. But if he gets to the front of the door and he can see that like it's a lost cause, he'll stop. Right? Like if he gets to where he got out, if he sees it is a lost cause, he'll stop and kind of regather himself.
Okay. Ulysses is kind of pursuing this individual through the shop. Is there anything that the other three of you, Lucius, Sylvan, or Kahiti, are kind of saying, or how are you responding to this sudden outburst?
So I think Kahiti's looking, he was eyeing both doors. So as soon as the back door came open, the axe is in his hand, just reactionary, not looking to get involved, but reactionary on it. But though, I assume I recognize Ulysses.
I think so. The two of you have had a little bit of an exchange in the past, so yes.
Do I recognize the other individual?
No, you do not.
Well, I think at that point, then I'm just sort of reflect action to get the weapon back in my hand. Look around. Danger's not for me. No one's coming for me on that one. I'm just going to sort of watch this unfold. Might look at Sylvan and be like, it's like, how's it, brother? You want me to go take care of that?
Only if he comes back.
Fair that.
I would have stood up at this this bursting in, and when I would go to stand up, one of my arms would still just slide off the table and still be limp. And I would put my other hand out, but he already passed by. Can you finish what you started?
If you sit back down, I will.
Perfect. So while Sylvan and Lucius try to wrestle the last bit of tech onto Lucius, Kahiti has kind of stepped back a little bit to let this kind of play out however it might. Ulysses, you have reached the front door, where it has just now kind of rebounded off the outside wall and kind of like come closed again. Looking out, you can see the red lights of the furnaces and just lost the word. The dozers that work down here. You can see that red light kind of shining off of the jacket, this high-collared, long jacket that this Forgeborn has been wearing. You can see it making its way down kind of a little bit of a thoroughfare, maybe 20, 30 feet outside of the shop right now, and putting distance between you.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to give up. I feel like this is I'm going to go ahead and about 30 feet out, you said?
Yes.
Yeah, I can still do that. I'm going to use an Astra Bolt because it won't cost me anything. I'm going to try to use Astra Bolt against him and try to just knock him down.
Okay.
Yep.
I think that one is an
And
attack from you.
it is an attack from me, so I'm going to try to hit
Okay.
him.
Mhm.
Let's see. That's not going to hit. Okay, so yeah, he just goes wide, and I think at this point it's gone from pursuit to frustration, right? And he's just like launching these Astra bolts, and you see like this red energy just coming from his fingertips. Just damn it! And he just kind of, I think he sits in front of the shop, and he'll just track the movements of this. He'll just track this person's movements, and kind of sit there in defeat. I almost had him. Why? Why were you not quick enough? Why did you not see that coming? I just, God. I'm sorry. I disturbed all of you. He kind of gets back up. Katie, it's good to see you. Wyatt. He actually looks around and realizes that he knows all three of you, and the fact that all three of you are gathered in one space is kind of disorienting. Well, this is a rather interesting way to meet up again.
Losing a step there, eh, officer? Too much time behind the desk.
You could say that, yes. Considering that I see numerous cases per day, and that I don't really sleep, it would matter that, yes, I feel like my processes are a little exhausted at this point. Well, and he kind of like keeps an eye on the one running away, and he'll just blink, and I think that he'll just take an image of the pursuer, as much detail as he possibly can get of the jacket, of like anything about his eyes, anything about like any markings that are on this Forgeborn. But other than that, he will look to the rest of them, specifically to Lucian. I think you dropped this. Yeah, he'll pick up the arm and like hand it to you. You're back at it again, are you?
What's it to you?
Nothing. I just so much augmentation. At one point, you don't know where you start or where you begin.
Oh, not all of us can be all fancy like you.
Oh, excuse me. Do I sense some anger?
Anger. Some?
Yes. Look.
Did you want some more?
No. I just want you to know that I didn't do that to you. The establishment did that to you. I did not do that to you. And I want you to be very, very sure where you place your anger.
Oh, I'm not angry with you.
Good. What are you working on, Silence?
Your parts do look nice, though.
Thank you. I try to keep myself decent.
I'll remember that if I ever come across them.
Oh, good. That's not a threat at all. Okay, well.
Gentlemen, it's enough of that.
Fair. Fine. Well, you kind of like see that he's standing off against Lucian for a minute. And then he looks to Kahiti. Kahiti, I knew you did business of silence for years, but honestly, why all three of you? That is what I want to know.
Nothing to do with him, yeah. Looking at Lucius. Just here to visit a friend, pick up some parts.
I've known him for a long time, but that one up there, it's new to me. Here to book us or something?
No. As much as I have numerous reports on all of you, no, I'm not here to book any of you. I was in pursuit of a rogue Forgeborn. I wanted to get some information out of it, out of them. But yeah, I'm losing my touch. That's what's happening. I'm an older model. What can you say? I'm a bit out of sorts.
Sylvan, it's about this time that you've looked around the room a couple of times and you can't find it. You can't find the wrench or the spanner that accesses Forgeborn hatches, the opening that you have to be able to access to be able to get to their Lorium vials. You had one, and you know it was sitting there just a moment before, and it seems to have gone missing in the last several moments.
Damn it. Looks like he pilfered one of my tools.
Look at me, I got no need for that shit.
I know you don't. It's more appropriate for him and the one that ran through here.
Oh, you lost a part.
What exactly did you lose? And at that moment, like his eyes will like glow a bright yellow, and like he'll look to you, Silence.
Just a tool to get access to certain things and repair others.
Silence, I need not remind you that I am very good with reading people and lies. Please do not lie to me. It would not be in your favor.
There's no lie.
Kahiti locks
no-
the front
no
door.
Maybe
What
not
was-
the entire truth.
No,
But no
it's
lie.
clearly not the entire truth.
It's what's unsaid, officer. What's unsaid.
So this Forgeborn has a tool of yours. What does it have access to?
Itself and others like it.
Wonderful. That's fantastic. Oh, how am I going to report that to anyone? Okay. You had a piece of tech that could open up Forgeborn.
When you put it that way, yes.
Excellent. Well, that's actually horrible, incredibly horrible. That particular Forgeborn was one that I had been tracking because they're a part of a case that I've been working on for months now. He's a Lorium thief.
He's taking from his own kind.
Yes. And because of that, he now has a master key to numerous Forgeborn. Thanks to you for having that illegal tech there.
He was just having a quiet time. You barged in with him. You brought him to the tool. Ain't on Sylvan.
You can see like his processors are just like really, really trying. Right you are, Katie. It is my fault. I brought him to the Den of Fools.
I think down here is illegal. Our existence is illegal.
Awfully foolish to run into that den yourself, yeah?
I thought he was leading me somewhere. I thought there would be a lead to something bigger, something
Well,
better.
he definitely is going somewhere. Question is, can we find him now?
That's a good question. I believe it's possible. Lucius, in that amalgamation of whatever you have inside there, do you possess anything that might be able to help track?
Possess a great deal of things, but I don't know what that concern is mine to you.
Well, given that I need the tool,
Sylvan, you need it, yeah?
if you have something and you help out,
I can help
then
you out, my friend.
it definitely would help me.
I just
And
don't.
next time that you sit in the chair, the tech won't be free, but the service will.
Oh. Well, we got a witness here to hear that. Let me see.
And you
what
know
I
I
can
don't
do.
promise that lightly.
Put the whisper out to the boys, the family, see if they can find anything for you.
That would be very appreciative. Thank you, Katie.
Not for you, Ulysses. Not for you.
Yeah, they don't really teach them manners, do they?
So Kahidi will get on the whisper to see back, describe the Forgeborn who head out, put the feelers out from the insurgent feat that I have.
Excellent. So you get kind of, whatever codified confirmation that kind of comes back, letting you know that the message has been received, and that the network is starting to do its business. If I'm not mistaken, Sylvan, you said you have survival?
Yes.
Roll that for me, if you would, please. And because this is in your shop, you can have advantage on this.
Okay. Just have to find that. Is it a normal D20?
Yes, yeah, you'd roll a d20 and then add whatever modifier you have in your stealth. So it would be your dexterity modifier plus your proficiency modifier to whatever you roll. And then you'd roll 2d20 essentially and take the better of the two.
Oh, okay. 15.
15. Okay. You might be kind of like maybe kneeling down to like pick up some of the pieces from this tray that you had organized before that are now kind of scattered all over the floor. But it's kind of like as you're partway through that menial task that you look down and you notice that when this Forgeborn stepped on this tray, that it transferred a lot of the grease from the tray onto the bottom of their shoe, and you can clearly see several steps through the shop leading towards the front door.
Hey, Ulysses, your eyes are still augmented, right?
Yes, of course I am. Why do you ask?
I think we may have somewhat of a trail. I just don't know how long it'll last.
Excellent.
Can you spec the footprints leading out?
Yeah, I will certainly try to do that. Can I do? Okay. Okay, so quick question. Yeah. Okay. Can I use my enumerations talent?
What is that?
So enumerations, it says you flow through a series of esoteric enumerations, further separating your spirit from your body in order to sharpen your senses and open your mind. As an action, you can increase your astrofade by 1 and enter a state of deep meditation. For each minute you spend uninterrupted concentrating, choose a different benefit from among the following to a maximum number equal to your proficiency. So,
okay.
So for the first one, it's super easy for me to do this. I'd like to, depending on what you have me roll, obviously, I can do a couple of things with this. First of all, I'd like to have the shutters on his eyes adjust to fully open the yellow Astra spectrum, basically like giving him a wide vision. Both the eyes project out this yellow gleaming Astra and project it out onto the floor, almost like a blacklight scanner, right? And it says that my pupils dilate as my persistence perception extends, granting uncanny awareness. You have advantage on all insight and perception checks for 1 hour. In addition, you have advantage on your next initiative roll.
Okay. Very cool. So let's see. All right, so you kind of shutter off, and you said that this increased your astrofade by 1?
So because of the fact that I have Cabal of the Amber, and this one, I'll be at 3 now. So I'll be at my fade
I see.
right now.
Okay. All right, so we don't have to get a roll for that yet. So you kind of shutter your eyes, and this chartreuse kind of Astra begins kind of filtering over everything that you see, and you're able to kind of look where Sylvan has indicated that these footprints are. Go ahead and roll me a perception check. So you would have advantage because of your illumination. Illumination, is that right?
Nice. Yeah. Enumerations.
Enumeration. That's the
and
word.
then let's see. So with that, perception, right? I rolled a 19 on the die plus 4. That'll get me to 23.
Okay. Yeah. So especially now that it's been pointed out by Sylvan, and you kind of put these special special filter over. You've kind of gotten the pattern of the shoe print that this Forgeborn kind of leaves behind, and you're able to start picking up on like it starts to calculate like the average space between the strides and kind of all that shit, and you're able to start predicting where the next one might land, and that helps eliminate some of the searching. So it started to kind of like play out in your mind. You can see these footprints that lead straight to the front door, and are consistent with what you just saw of the person passing through the room.
Right. He went this way, and then like he would immediately start the hunt up, and he would like look to the others. I don't want to disturb what you have going on here, but if you want to come with me, you're more than welcome.
Give me a minute to finish up on Lucius, and I'll close up.
All right. I'll start pursuit now. Catch up.
All right.
I'll keep an eye with you, yeah. I'll go with Ulysses more for interest for Sylvan's side than anything else, and to see if this gets funnier.
All right. So Ulysses and Kahiti kind of burst out the front door. Ulysses kind of using this predictive perception to kind of guide and follow. Kahiti's kind of right behind him.
I'll say Kahiti's staying back just a little bit. I don't necessarily want to be associated with Ulysses in this town at this time.
Sure.
But to the outside observer, it'll either be me following him semi-menacingly, or chasing him to the right field of view.
Okay, excellent. You give him a little bit of a leash, and meanwhile, back in the shop, Sylvan, you managed to finish up the last bit of work here on Lucius, just moments afterwards, and the two of you are able to kind of pop out. You're maybe equidistant between Kahiti is about equidistant between Ulysses and the two of you now. You kind of continue to follow Ulysses, and this trail leads you out of this town, this portion of kind of gathered shacks and shops that kind of huddles in this particular corner of the landfill, and kind of out into more like what you would consider like the wilds of the landfill, where the mountains of refuse are still high, and the harvesters, that's what they're called, and the harvesters work to gather up this tech and grind it down into parts that can then be smelted in the furnaces. So you're kind of having to be somewhat aware of how these dozers are now moving about. These harvesters are now kind of moving in and out of these mountains. But you're following this path that's been laid out, and you come kind of around one of the bases of a mountain, this conical shape off to your right, and you see your individual. You see this Forgeborn knelt down just kind of across the way in at the base of one of these other mountains, and there looks like they have a Forgeborn corpse, if you will, that they are messing with.
What's next? He'll hold up a hand, very akin to like the signals that Kahiti, like he's seen Kahiti give before, to kind of like stop everyone, and then what is he doing? I'm very curious. I want to pursue and come in and get a closer look, but I'm also wanting to keep my distance. So I think if there's a way I can like roundabout but get closer, if there's like objects and things in the way that I can skirt about and get like a closer view without getting directly up on this forge bomb.
Okay. And Kahiti, what is your general plan? You gonna hold up back here and wait? You gonna move forward on your own as well?
Kahiti's gonna walk up to Ulysses. Not Ulysses holds his hand up. Kahiti's like, whatever, fuck ever. Like rolls up to Ulysses and is just sort of looking at him like, the fuck. Let's go.
I don't want him to run off again. I need to get in close to see what he's doing. And he'll take a moment though, and he'll look to you.
So he was only in the shop for like seconds, right? Like enough to run in, jump out, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. So I think Kahiti's assuming he didn't see me. Right. So I'm just gonna like nod and keep walking up. Like try to get a little like slightly roundabout so that I'm not walking directly from you. So if he looks to see me coming, he's not gonna see you necessarily.
Right. Like serpentine out.
Sort of come either around the mound of whatever crap that he's around or on now, but to basically try to get from the other side to see if I can come up on this. Because I mean, Katie's 7 foot tall, tattooed shit up.
Right, he's huge.
Doesn't really scream cop, right? It's quite the opposite, actually. When he sees it. So I'm going to see if I can just, I'm not walking up menacingly now. I'm not, axe isn't in the hand. Just typical kind of fashion for this area, walking around like I own the place to an extent, and semi-intimidating by nature, but not directly threatening, to see if I can come up to the peripheral of this Forgeborn and wait to, as I'm walking up, looking to see when it clocks me.
Okay. So then let's do this. Ulysses, give me a stealth roll, and you can have advantage on it because cool. Kahiti is serving as distraction.
Sweet. Okay, I'll do that.
You don't wear armor that takes away from stealth, do you?
I do not, but
okay.
Let's see what I got, because that was not good. Let's see here, kiddos. Oh, okay, well, that's still going to be a 14.
that's you're not good.
I mean, that's right. I rolled an 11 and I have a +3, so well, that's not good.
It is good enough. Apparently the distraction that Kahiti is providing for you is working. You can see this Forgeborn who is working on this corpse does look up and take notice of you, Kahiti, and kind of studies you for just a second before apparently deciding that you're not there for them, and goes back to what they're doing, which apparently gives Ulysses enough of a cover, of a distraction, to be able to kind of slip a little bit closer. You're probably 30 feet or so from this Forgeborn now, and you've worked a better angle, Ulysses, so that you can now get a better idea of what this Forgeborn is doing. They seem to be accessing the hatch that you would need to gain entry into in order to collect the Lorium vials that are stored within all Forgeborn. And you're guessing that the tool that this being is using definitely is has been swiped from Sylvan.
Okay. He ran earlier. and I'm skeptical of trying to reason, but Ulysses is a diplomatic brain first, and then, if need be, he'll approach cautiously.
Do I see him approaching from my vantage point?
Probably. Since you're kind of serving as distraction for this, I would assume that you see him.
So if I see him closing up, I'm gonna speak out to the Forgeborn there. Like, how's it, Bio? You got a cut of that for the rates, yeah? Work in our area.
Forgeborn immediately kind of like stands up from what they're doing. Their hand kind of like disappears underneath their coat. What do you want?
Just what ones do. I don't come to your area, yeah? Start digging through your stuff. Children of
This-
Awara, we run this land. This our town. You
And
work
what do you
here,
want?
you pay tribute. You find
How much
something good,
is-
you pay tribute.
I see.
I'm closing distance slowly, not menacingly again, hands up. Not up, but like casual to that portion.
That's close enough. Kind of hold up their other hand.
I just sort
What
of
do you
stop inquisitively.
What do you require as tribute?
Depends on what you found, yeah. Why don't we have a look at what you're doing, what you find?
It kind of like straightens up a little.
Oh yeah, reading body language, Kahidi will do the same thing to the full 7 feet, like just, you know, all the visual indicators of like, you want to jump, frog? Like, jump.
You can see that it's certainly contemplating, that they're certainly considering their options here. Ulysses, did you give up all pretense of stealth as you were starting to close this time?
No, still coming in stealthily. I
Still,
will
okay.
say that he, yeah, just for flavor, he's gonna reach into like a side holster and grab out his shock baton, right?
Okay. Mhm.
And not striking it yet, but having it out, he like lets it slide down, and he'll come in as close as possible, and then wait to see what this Forgeborn is gonna do before he says anything. Because if he goes for Kahiti, he's going down. I will attempt
That's
to
the
drop
truth.
him beforehand. Yeah. I'll attempt to drop him or disarm him before he can even attack him.
Okay. So, Ulysses, you're sliding up kind of behind this Forgeborn as it's contemplating what to do about the threat that Kahiti seems to be imposing. And then very quickly, this hand that's been underneath this coat begins to pull whatever it has grabbed a hold of out. So, since we find ourselves in a little bit of an old-fashioned Mexican standoff, I think maybe we resolve this by rolling initiative.
It's a 17.
17 for Kahiti. All right, that was... All right. Chad, what did Ulysses get?
So since I have that enumerations activated, it
yep.
allows me to roll the initiatives at advantage. So that got me to a 20.
Okay.
Now,
And let's go ahead and get a roll from Sylvan as well. You guys will be rolling up pretty quickly here. Probably just basically missed the first round.
Well,
12? Okay.
Yep.
All right, let's get... All right. Okay, so it sounds like when the starting gun finally sounds, the first twitch begins, it is Ulysses who comes out on top of the stack. So, what are you doing?
Yeah, I am gonna, I think to shock him, right? I'm gonna say something like very, not obviously not close enough to get like right near his ear, but the sound sounds like it's coming right near his ear, right? Dipping into memory, are we? Now you know that is illegal on numerous occasions, especially like this. And then he will immediately, whatever hand is getting ready to come out of said pocket, he's going to take it and slash down with the shock baton.
All right.
And he is gonna miss. That's great. Yay. Oh, I got a 4 on the die. So even with the additional +7, that's
Did you have advantage on that? Because you were stealthed before you attacked.
I probably did have stealth. Yes. So okay. Well, then that does help a little bit. That'll get me to 13 all up.
Nope. Okay. So you have successfully snuck up behind this Forgeborn and have kind of, delivered this acoustic intimidation while bringing your shock baton down, trying to strike them on the arm. And even though you caught them completely unawares, this Forgeborn kind of spins almost again out of like knee-jerk just reflex alone, and your shock baton like narrowly passes. You can see a little bit of arcing electricity that kind of like leaps out onto the sleeve of their long jacket and then quickly dissipates, but making no contact with the baton itself.
Jeremy,
yes.
Quick question: Do I know this suspect? Do I know their name? Because like the thing that I'm thinking is that I don't know if he would know.
In this situation, sure. I don't think so.
Okay. So I
think their identity is a total mystery to you.
Okay, that's all I wanted to make sure of, because I didn't want to like throw a name out there and not have. Okay, cool.
There might be some name that you are currently referring to them as, whatever you're writing in the file or what have you.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah.
All right.
Okay. And then next on that stack of who acts fastest is Kahiti.
Awesome. How far away am I?
At this point, it sounded like you were probably about 25 or so.
Awesome. As long as I'm within 40. So I see this go down. Kahiti's going to close distance quickly, call his axe to his hand, to 2 hands at the same time, and shooting for non-lethal if I can go with the hit. But let's see if I hit.
Okay, sure.
If I can close and hit. So that is a 15 plus 5, 6, 7, so a 22.
Yes, absolutely will hit.
Okay, so that is ambusher 2-handed. That is a d12 plus 2d6 plus 1.
Grief.
So that is 13 points of damage. And as I can, so yeah, that's 13. And then I'm going to look at Ulysses and be like, man, get ahead in the game, yeah? And now you as before that, I'll mark the target.
Okay.
So he's now marked, so cannot dodge, disengage, or hide. And the
okay.
next attack against it has advantage.
Nice.
And then as a bonus action, Tactician's Rally. Ulysses, who's standing next to him, now has +2 AC for me to tell him to get his head in the game, and has advantage on his next attack, ability check, or saving throw.
Excellent.
Oh, and I get a second attack because yeah, level 5. But I only get one ambusher attack, so that is 11, 16.
Yes, that will also hit.
Awesome. That's just a D12 of non-lethal, so 3. And then what do you add to that? It's just +1.
Strength
4.
usually.
Oh, 7 then. Yeah, so that's 7 more. And I didn't put 7 more.
Okay. So an even 20?
Yep.
Okay. You bring your axe down on this Forgeborn, and your strike cleaves kind of right at the elbow of this arm that it was kind of reaching into its jacket, passing completely through the joint with very little resistance, severing the forearm away from the upper arm. And you can see the red light, the glow from the internals of this Forgeborn immediately begin to dim. You've done enough damage to basically take it offline. It's going to have to completely reboot in order to recover from this. Effectively, you've knocked it unconscious since you were going for non-lethal damage. However, Ulysses and Kahiti, both of you look down as this forearm falls free from its jacket, and you realize that it was holding a device in its hand. This device is roughly cube-shaped, probably about the size and shape of a Rubik's Cube for us as an audience. And as it falls away, you both watch as some of the faces, the portions of the face of this device, kind of rotate and click into place. And as it does so, it clicks and opens. And as it begins to open, pure blue Astra begins to just shoot out of the sides of this Astronade. It falls to the ground. Both of you are enveloped in blue Astra, where Sylvan and Lucius are kind of running to catch up. The two of you see this like enormous beacon of blue light kind of illuminate on the other side of the nearest mountain, and then it dims and disappears, and this cube kind of comes to a stop on the ground. It is now Sylvan's turn.
At this point, he's unconscious.
Yes, as you kind of round the heap, you can see this Forgeborn. It's kind of laid out, its eyes darkened, and Ulysses and Kahiti are both kind of standing over it. Both of them might look a little worried or panicked. Kind of, they're both staring at this small cube on the ground.
Can I do a perception check on the cube?
Yeah, absolutely.
16.
Okay, without a doubt, you've, I guess, seen these before. This is an Astronade. This is effectively an Astra-fueled hand bomb.
Okay. Trying to think what I can do.
Jeremy, we were in close proximity to that. Did we need to like dodge out of the way? Did that cause us any harm or any damage? I'm just saying when it's a grenade, so
No,
no.
there's no
Surprisingly?
roll
Okay.
that is needed
Cool.
from either one of you at this moment.
Cool. All right.
Again, surprising, perhaps even to your characters.
If I use a shield spheroid, can I put the shield on the Astra grenade to try and encapsulate it?
Read to me how that works. That particular feature.
1 second. Let's see, where are those? I don't know if it's actually possible, but
Maybe. Let's see. This is your spheroid, you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Shield spheroid. Once per round, when the creature. Okay, let's see. The sphere orbits the targeted creature and lasts for 1 minute or until the creature gains a new spheroid. Once per round when they're hit by an attack. Okay, yeah. So this is not a typical use of shield, but you think that it could potentially work to a degree. Instead of keeping damage out like it would normally do, hopefully, if this has damage that comes from within, it'll suppress it. So I'm going to allow it.
excellent. Then I will do that.
Excellent. What do Sylvan's spheroids look like typically?
Roughly the size of a baseball, with markings around it, various circles entwined, with, in this case, we're going to say green Astra kind of around it, kind of running through the circles and the pathways. And I kind of, cast it forward.
Excellent. Yeah, this kind of spheroid kind of zips through the air to kind of hover just above this astronade, and you can all see this maybe like a slightly greenish, this kind of lime green Astra film, kind of like coat the shape of this cube as it deploys. Okay, Lucius.
I was really hoping to hit something. The guy who threw the grenade is gone now, right?
He's laid out on the ground, not seeming to move.
I would just hit my fists together and they crackle with the energy of a chartreuse, and across his fist, and I'll hold my action for. If I look around.
Okay. Lucius kind of waits for the other shoe to drop, while the three of you kind of stand looking down at this unconscious Forgeborn and this astronade that has discharged and seemingly done nothing. All of you, if you would please, roll me a perception check. Lucius, since you specifically detailed how your character is kind of standing there looking around, you can have advantage.
I'll take that.
All right, what you got?
18.
Okay. 18,
6.
15, Lucius 17. Okay, 6.
16.
16. Okay. Everyone except for Sylvan notices, and maybe it's your concentration on your spheroid or something, Sylvan, that has you kind of like honed in on what's going on with this astronade. But the other 3 of you hear movement coming from kind of in just the general area, from amongst the piles of discarded tech amongst you. And you realize that there's several somethings that are emerging out of these scrap piles. But it's not until you can see the blue glow of the Astra that you realize that these are now baromechs that have been powered by whatever this blue Astra has just washed out of this astronade and has seemingly brought them back online. They are bound and covered in wires and cables and the hoses that make up the internal workings of Forgeborn. They begin to lumber forwards, trying to get to you. All right. Let's see here. All right. There are a total of 9 of these as they emerge kind of from these various piles of refuse. They are going to, each one of you is going to have 2 on you. The first one.
My held action.
Yes, you can. Yes, I forgot. Yeah, you had a ready action. What would you
I
like to do?
I would like to do my Astra-fade push to regain 1d6 of hit points, just to push my Astra-fade to 1.
Okay, sure.
Take that hit of fade, and I'll close the distance.
Okay. All right, so you've kind of gotten a little bit of juice going through your system now, and are going to kind of move to head some of them off at the pass. All right, 2 apiece coming at you. We're just going to go and resolve this through the same initiative order. So there's 2 that are coming after Ulysses. Now, each one of these is going to be, at least in this first round, attacking the same way. The first of which they're going to use their attack, Tangle of Wires and Parts, to lash out at you from about 15 to 20 feet away. Chat. Okay, so I rolled a 20 on that. So
On the die? So nat
on the die. Natural
Okay.
20. Yep. Big old critty.
First,
All right.
first roll. It's all
Yep.
good. I believe in you.
All right, so that's going to be 11 points of slashing damage, and you are grappled.
Oh. So
So
he canned me. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
like it comes. You can see like its arm is like stuck by some of these like wires and cables and hoses, and it wrenches its arm free. And as it does so, this bundle kind of flies towards you and lands on, you know, like your arm, your head, and kind of like tangles you up amongst these. And it then kind of like just holds on to this bundle and shuffles closer to you so that it's actually closed, and is going to take its open hand and basically just bring it down towards your collarbone.
I'm going to use would a reaction help him if I get him more armor?
Oh wait. And yeah, you rolled a nat 20, so it wouldn't have mattered. But
Yeah, you have
I
plus
do have
2
to-
AC.
I
Yeah.
do have to remember that I have +2 to my AC. So
Yes.
And you have advantage on your next attack saving throw or
thank you. So I'm
Other
just going
check
to
for
write
now.
that in here so that I can
Perfect.
keep track of it for now. Yeah.
And then Chad, what a feature is it you're trying to enact? Chad Smith?
I could add 4 to his AC, but I don't think that's enough to give him 20. So that's...
Oh no, it won't. Yeah, it won't
It won't
counteract
matter
the
'cause it's
critical.
a nat
Crit's a
20.
crit.
It won't,
Yep.
Crit's a
Right.
crit unless it can counteract a critical. It won't matter,
Mhm.
but it's all
No,
good.
but what is your AC again with all your bonuses and stuff, Ulysses?
So right now it's 17.
Okay, that is what it hit on the second attack.
Okay,
So
cool.
It kind of pulls itself, pulls the two of you
Well,
kind of
then-
closer together.
On the second hit, I will use my reaction to give him +4 AC.
Okay, there you go.
So I'll be at 21 then.
All right.
Appreciate it.
So what does this extra armor from Lucius look like when it manifests? How does it cause this hit to then miss him?
Lime energy stretches out from a distance, and it starts to be just a little disc, and then it spreads out more, and then it comes in fills in between the distance in between Ulysses and Lucius, and it absorbs the fist of the second attack.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ulysses, you're close enough that you probably maybe even like have like a small reflexive twitch as this fist kind of then follows immediately to come down, but instead of striking you, strikes this green barrier, this lime green shield that has been placed between you and this creature. And as its fist kind of strikes that you see like waves of you see like the waves of Astra like roll out along the surface of this protection. I'll say, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say Ulysses is like shocked that all this is happening for one, and then he looks to Lucius and sees that that shimmer of the shield go up, and like there's this acknowledgement of like Lucius, as much as they're the same but they're different, and they really grind each other's gears a lot, right? The fact that Lucius would go out of his way to protect me in any way is like this sign of recognition. And now Ulysses is going to do everything he can to protect Lucius as well in this moment, because like that was a signal to him that, okay, we're all on the same side here. I'm gonna protect you as much as you're protecting me right now. And yeah, that's awesome.
Okay. So you are grappled from the cables and things from this first one, but the second strike from this first scrap heap Baromech misses you. However, the second one that is attacking you is following the same recipe, is going to lash out with these tendrils first. Your bonus that you gave him, Lucius, is that for just that hit, or is it for the rest of the round?
Oh, that's a good question. Is that for just like, is that like a shield where it's like one hit and done, or?
Yes, unless I push it, but I did
Oh,
not.
okay, gotcha.
push it.
Gotcha. No worries. then,
Mine,
yeah.
the 2 you have from me is until my next turn.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Then that's all.
So plus 2
that's
remains.
awesome. So I still have 17.
17. Okay, so then a dirty 20 is going to hit you.
Damn. One after
Okay.
the other after the other. Okay.
So this second batch of wires and cables grabs a hold of like around your leg, kind of catching you up. Now these things have an ability called rend, and that is if this particular hit, if this tangle of wires and parts hits and you're already grappled, then they do extra damage as it pulls you apart. So you are going to take, let's see. Okay. You're going to take 13 bludgeoning damage as you feel these two
From
bundles.
the first strike, though?
Yes.
Okay.
You feel these two bundles like at war with one another as they stretch your limbs in the part of your body that they're wrapped around further away from one another, trying to get at you. It will then shamble forward and attempt to get you with its slam attack as well. However, it misses again because of the help of your companions. This extra +2 that Tahiti has given you, or not Kahiti has given to you, prevents this slamming fist from making contact with you, Ulysses. However, you are grappled by 2 of these things. Okay, moving right along to the next pair. They are attacking you, Kahiti. They're going to try the same thing. They're going to come leading out with these cables and wires. What is your AC, Kahiti?
16 currently.
Okay. They miss you with this first bundle. Following up with the fist strike. This one misses you entirely with both of his attacks. The second one is going to land with its tangle attack with a 24. So you're going to take a total of 4 points of slashing damage. And you are grappled. And then it is going to attempt to follow up with its own slam attack. Holy shit, I just rolled another 20. Okay.
I'll be all right.
What was that about TPK?
That's what I was just thinking.
It's possible. All right, so that's going to be 16 points of bludgeoning from that critical.
Okay.
It kind of wraps you up in its tendrils, pulls you closer, and almost as if just pulling you straight into its fist. It just brings its fist straight into your sternum, and you're pretty sure you hear like a crack somewhere within your chest. Okay, now for the 2 on you, Sylvan. What is your AC?
16.
Okay, the first one misses you with its tangle attack, as well as its fist attack. The second one also misses with its tangle attack, and its slam attack is going to, however, hit with a 17. All right, so you're going to take 4 points of bludgeoning as it kind of brings its fist down onto your shoulder. Okay, last but certainly not least, we have Lucius. What is your AC, Lucius?
14 at the moment.
14, okay. Misses you with its tangle attack. 14 is also going to miss you with its slam. And then the second one on you is going to hit you with its tangle attack, which means you are also now grappled. And it's going to do 4 points of damage, slashing to you. And then it's going to try to follow up with a slam attack of its own, and is also going to land that one with a 21. So this one will deal 7 points of bludgeoning to you. Okay, several of you now find yourselves kind of somewhat caught up in grapples with these baromechs that are now kind of emerged from the various heaps all around you. Okay, so we have a little bit of a secondary threat going on. You realize that as you have started to engage these creatures, that they're the machines that move around in this area, picking up the refuse, are still running. Their treads are kind of like crushing some of the loose pieces of scrap as they are scooping up large quantities of this discarded tech and grinding it in these enormous wheels that are kind of working up and down, where it spits this kind of chewed up detritus out the back into a bin. You're now going to have to contend with the fact that these things are moving in and out of the area where you are having this skirmish. So, at the beginning of each one of your turns, I need either, your choice, a dexterity or an intelligence saving throw before you do anything else. All right. With that in mind, moving back to the top of the order with Ulysses.
So you'll start with a saving throw, right?
Ooh.
Which you get advantage on, but it burns your advantage because the verbiage says your next check.
Okay.
Okay. You going with dexterity or intelligence?
Dexterity, yes.
All right, let's get that roll.
Ooh, I'm so glad I had that advantage. Okay, that'll work. Okay, I had a nat 1 on the first one, and a 19 on the second one.
Ooh, okay. All right, so you're good for this turn.
Yeah. And then so I will. God, what am I doing? What am I doing? That was a lot of damage.
You're currently
grappled. Son of a biscuit. Now I just need to read something in here. I need to read the spell Void Slip. Can I Void Slip out of a grapple?
I don't know if you can based on the way that it's written, but I think you can. So let's
why I want to determine
wording.
if I can Void Slip out of a grapple.
Let's see. You envelop yourself in the ethereal energies of Astra, disappearing momentarily, only to reappear a short distance away. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not.
Okay.
It will cost you 2 points of Astra Fade.
Yeah, no, you know what? I'm a Mancer in the middle of this.
I'm here for it.
Cannot do much of anything until I can get myself regathered. So, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I don't want to be in the midst of this and get another round.
Can't blame you.
Yeah, I'm gonna Void Slip, and you hear like these baromex like crunching down on his shell, and God, not today, not today. And very similar to the grenade that just went off, there's this blinding yellow or this blinding chartreuse flavored energy just that goes and bursts out for a hot second. And then I want to say up at the top of whatever gorge we went down into.
Yeah, you got like 20 feet, I think you can go.
Yeah. So he's like perched at like, remember that upper outcropping that we were just at up at the top? He'd be up there. And he's sparking, and there are bits. He's like looking at his arm going, oh, that's not gonna be, and he like rotates a shoulder or an elbow. He rotates the elbow back in place, just okay. I've had way better days. Okay. And he's like going to take a moment to just like gather himself, because I think if I cast Void Slip, that's all I can do for the round.
Is Void Slip an action?
Void Slip is a spell, so if I cast a spell first, I'm pretty sure I don't get another additional action. Unless it's
it depends on... No, see, it's a bonus action.
Oh, it's a bonus action. So yeah, I'll Void Slip out. I'll reset an arm.
Before you take an action, though, I believe that puts you 2 points over your Astra Fade limit.
That does put me 2 points over. And I'm okay with that, because I enjoy this table. So
I do too.
What do I need to do?
We need to get a D6 roll from you, please.
A D6 roll. Okay.
Yes.
I got a 6.
The rigors of Astra take their toll. You're going to take 1d8 energy damage.
Oh,
to the tune of 2 points.
Okay. God, I can't win today.
Okay. So you have taken your bonus action, so you still have your movement, and you still have your actual action.
I'm gonna take my movement to get into a place of cover, sparking and just literally, I imagine just oil and sparks and just everything coming off of me.
Lorium, probably point. Even.
Yeah, Lorium is just leaking out of every pore that I have, every port that I have, and he will cock back, and I'm gonna use my light pistol and attempt to fire at these creatures.
You fire at one of the two that it was grappling.
One of the two that was grappling me. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Fire away.
Okay, that's an 18 on the die. I'll take that because that's going to be a good old 24.
That will certainly hit.
D8 plus 3. So, and I got max damage. So 8 plus 3, that'll be a total of 12. Oh, yeah. Yeah, nope, 11. Sorry, 11 damage. I can do math.
11 damage. All right, and this was the first one of these that has been hit. So we're going to put that on number 1. All right. Okay. So you fire off this shot, and it absolutely tears a hole through the body of the Forgeborn that you've just aimed at. You can see again, Lorium, this kind of pure blue Astra, just kind of splashes against the trash that's kind of piled back behind it, glowing with this brilliant, like, electric blue energy for just a few moments, free of its host, before it finally dims and fades to just a dark blue. But it is still moving.
Okay, well, that's my action, movement, and bonus action, so I'm done.
Roger that. Okay. All right, next up we have Kahiti. First things first. Dexterity or intelligence saving throw, please.
Here goes. Ooh, that is not good. That is a 5.
A 5. Did you go dexterity or intelligence?
Dexterity. My intelligence would be a 2.
Ooh, okay, fair enough. All right, so I now need you to roll a d10, please.
4.
4. Okay, so you have rolled in the way. So basically, you're just not able to get a clear shot around one of these harvesters that's working.
I'm grappled though, right?
You are grappled. Yeah, that makes no sense. Okay, so
yeah, I should have one at least that's within range for that portion.
So do this again. Roll a d10 again then, please. And if it's a 4 through 6, reroll.
It is a 2.
A 2. Okay, overflow junk. That means the area around you becomes difficult terrain. So where one of these harvesters has kind of like scooped up a bunch of stuff, the stuff that's kind of spilled out the sides, is kind of making it a little difficult for you to get clear footing and stuff. So if you plan on moving at all, just keep that in mind.
No worries. I'm grappled and in difficult terrain. So to break a grapple, is that an action or is that your movement?
It is. Yes. It'll take an action to, and you can roll either athletics or acrobatics to try to free yourself.
And so while grappled, though, do they just have advantage?
I don't know that they even do. I think it's just reduces your speed to 0. And
so good. Kahiti doesn't want to go anywhere. He's home. This is where I need to be. So
Kahiti's not stuck with him. He's stuck with Kahiti.
He's just gotta, like, after getting my chest cracked, he's just gotta swell his chest out a little bit and just wait for that pop, that resurgent, like, just whatever it was that moved to reset. Reach down, punch my armor, kick my shield on. That's my action. So that'll bump my AC to 18. But it takes my action. And then as a bonus action, I'm gonna go ahead and augment my weapon. And
nice.
That's 1 Astra fade up. And I don't need to pick a color for right now, but I'll just say red for now. So yeah, my axe will start glowing red as I just pull it closer into the grapple for the rest of this round.
Excellent. So yeah, your axe kind of becomes like sheathed, or this kind of magenta Astra kind of like starts to course through it in some way, kind of giving it this soft kind of glow.
Yeah, so
yet
shifting between
menacing.
the colors at the moment because I can choose, I think, each
Oh,
hit.
nice. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, it says once per turn. Yeah, for 1 minute you can choose it until that portion. Choose one effect from the following. In addition, choose. Okay, sorry. So in addition to that, so I'm actually going to not do red. We'll do yellow because those.
Excellent.
Well, before I choose that, I guess are those trucks moving around? Like, are they occasionally within 10 feet of us?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, totally doing yellow then. So the axe is glowing yellow.
Okay, badass. All right, so it's kind of sheathed in this kind of chartreuse glow. Yeah, and then does that put you over your Astra fade? Or are you
No,
good?
that's only one. I have limited 2, so I'm good.
Okay, perfect. All right. So that's Kahiti and Sylvan. It is now your turn.
Okay, and I need to roll a intelligence.
Yeah, intelligence or dexterity saving throw, whichever you choose.
Okay. That was a 7.
Oh, okay. Then I will also need you to roll a d10, please.
Nine.
Ooh, okay. So this one is run over. So the treads of one of these things either runs over a hand or a foot or something of yours, and you are going to take from that. Whoosh. You're going to take 12 points of bludgeoning damage. But you may proceed with the rest of your turn.
Okay. I'm going to let's see. I can attack and move, right?
Yeah. So you have an action, and you have movement, and then you have a bonus action. So your action can be used to try to break free of the. Are you grappled?
No.
I think they missed you entirely, right?
Yeah, I did 4 bludgeoning at the very end.
Okay, yeah,
But
just
you
one of
didn't
the
say I was
same attacks hit. Okay,
Yeah.
So then yes, you still have all of your movement that you could take, and then yeah, you have anything that costs an action and anything that costs a bonus action.
Okay. I'm going to attack one of them with my scatter gun.
Excellent. Okay.
Or the 19. Does that hit?
Oh yes, yes it does.
Okay. And that would be 6 piercing.
Okay, 6 piercing. All right.
And then I'm going to, if I can find a path to where the fallen Forgeborn was without getting attacked, I'd like to move there and try and grab my tool if I see it.
Okay. Yeah, you certainly can. It's kind of just rolled just out of their grip where they've fallen.
Excellent.
Okay. That. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Oh no. Okay.
I think that's it.
All right. All right. So that
Actually,
was.
Can I do anything with the spheroid as a bonus action, or is it? Yes, I can.
I think that is a bonus action. Yeah.
Cool. Who looks the most hurt at this point?
Hands down, Ulysses, I'm sure.
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to I'm going to send a sustain. I'm going to change the the spheroid off of the one that was on the Astra grenade, since it doesn't seem to be doing anything, and send one to Ulysses with sustain, which regenerates HP.
Okay.
So at the beginning of your turn, you don't get a lot. You get 1 HP,
Is there
but
any?
it'll just sit there.
Is there any standard bonus to it, or is it just one? Like, do you add your con modifier or anything?
At the beginning of the creature's turn, if they have 1 or more HP and took damage, since the end of their last turn, they regain HP equal to your intelligence modifier.
Oh,
And
so
my
just your
intelligence modifier is 1.
Yep, got it.
Okay. Let's see. All right, and that was a 1 point Astrafade addition for Sylvan, but I think that's, you're only at 2, right?
Yep.
And what is your limit?
Limit is 2.
Okay, cool. So if you do something else that costs Astrafade, then we'll start rolling on the chart.
Okay.
Okay. So Sylvan has kind of pulled this spheroid, repurposed it, and sent it off in the direction of Ulysses. That is Sylvan's turn. Lucius, you're up.
So I'm currently grappled by one of these.
Yes, I believe that is the case.
Okay, so I have no way to attack it.
Well, you can attack while you're grappled.
Okay, is it like a disadvantage or anything?
No. Grapple pretty much just like reduces your speed to 0.
Okay. All right, then I am going to limit enhancer and push my limit, I believe. I'm gonna double check which order I need to do this in. Sorry. So I'm going to use my Astra blood, which is going to, the power from my core is going to go through my veins, and I'm going to have 1 minute of enhanced abilities. And while enhanced, I'm going to do 1 additional die of melee damage, and I can add my Constitution modifier to spells and attack damage. And then now I'm at my Astrafade limit. And that lets me have limit enhancer. So I will use a bonus action to do that. I have a fly speed now. I don't know if that matters. And I need to make a dexterity saving throw for you.
Yeah, I was going to say it. Yeah, dex or an int.
10.
Dexterity or intelligence?
Yeah, I rolled a 10 for dexterity.
For dex, okay. All right, so I need you to roll a d10, please.
And I have resistance now to 5.
5?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's going to be in the way again, but you are also grappled. Is your plan to attack the one that you are grappled with?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then roll the d10 again for me, please.
Okay. 2.
A 2? Okay, also overflow junk, so the area around you is going to become difficult terrain if you do, in fact, move out away from the grapple.
I want to punch it.
Yeah, for sure.
I need to move away. So just swing away. No disadvantage.
Nope, no disadvantage.
All right. I need 18.
Will absolutely hit.
Okay. Then I get to add this to my dice because where'd my d4 go? And I add a d4 because of my limit of enhancer, and I have a lightning damage too. So
Okay.
you're gonna get 6 melee
and then 6 lightning.
All right. 12 points. Let's see. Okay, cool. Okay. This one is also leaking laurium from the wounds that you have delivered to it, Lucius, but it is still kicking.
That would be me. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. We are back to these things' turn. I'm going to make their saving throws. Let's see if any of them are going to survive. I'm going to do it in 2 batches. Let's see. Okay, the first batch definitely failed. And the second batch did as well. All right, so let's see what fate befalls the 2 of them. 9. That's the crush, the run over. Yep. And then okay. So, all right. They are going to take in various ways. Oh, yikes. They're also going to take 12 points of bludgeoning damage. And do this. 12, 12, 12, 2, 3, 4 of them. Okay. So yeah, various ones of these Forgeborn find themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time as they're trying to navigate this battlefield, and are run over by parts of the treads of these harvesters, or hit by the buckets that are kind of lowering down to scoop up more of this trash. But even though they have sustained considerable damage, none of them are yet taken care of. Okay. So that is the damage that they're going to take now for their turn. Now, all 9 of them are still currently standing. So there are 2 on each of you except for Ulysses, who bamfed out of there. And they're going to
still be
trying.
Close to me, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to get 2 on... Golly, I guess it would be 4 on you, Kahiti.
That's what I'm built for.
Sure. All right, we're going to rinse and repeat the pattern here. Well, that's true. We'll see. What was your AC again?
18 now.
18. Okay, cool. All right, the first one's going to miss you with his tangle, and then badly misses you with his slam. The second tangle, miss, and follow-up slam, also a miss. The third one, tangle, is going to hit. Are you currently still grappled?
Yes, currently grappled, so that's going to be the rend.
Okay, yeah. All right, so that's going to be these. That's 8. There's 11 points of slashing and bludgeoning.
Okay.
And his follow-up slam attack misses. And then the last one is going to tend to grapple with his and misses terribly, and then follow up with a slam and misses with a 15. All right. So a little bit of hurt has been put on you, but not as bad as it could have been. All right, that takes care of the first 4. Sylvan, you've got 2 that are still on you. You are currently not... Oh wait, let's see, how far did you move to get your tool?
Less than 30.
Roll me a d6. We'll figure out how far
Okay.
away it was. We'll just multiply that by 5.
5. So 25.
Okay, so you move 25 feet, which means that they actually can not catch up to you with their feet, but it will put you in range of their tangle attacks only. So you'll just have 2 tangle attacks of wires coming at you. Okay, that's a dirty 20. I think that hits. And then the second one is an 18. Does it also hit?
That hits.
Ooh, okay, so the first one is normal damage. 4 points of slashing, which grapples you. And then the second one is going to be able to rend upon you. Okay, that's 9 more points of slashing as these 2 opposing forces try to pull you apart. All right, last but not least, we have the 2 that are on Lucius. All right, Lucius. Tangle. 22 is probably going to hit you. 17.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my reaction and increase and go over by 1. So I'm gonna have to roll to and I get a free boost while I'm limit enhancing. So I'm going to make it where my AC goes up +4, and I'm gonna have it do it where it's for the rest of the turn.
Okay. That puts you
18.
Okay, so an 18 total.
Sir.
All right. So the first one will still hit. The second one will not. Does that put you over your Astrofade limit?
Sir.
Okay, what you got?
2.
2 points over?
No, 1 point over. I rolled a D6 and got a 2.
Got a 2. Let's see here. The Astra stitches your wounds and mends your broken bones. You regain 1d4 hit points. You can roll that if you'd like. Okay. The first one hits, so you're going to take from the tangle attack. You're going to take 6 points of bludgeoning, and now the second one is going to do his methods here. He's going to miss you with his tangle ability, and his slam is still going to hit with a 21. So the slam is going to be bludgeoning to the tune of 9 points of damage.
I have resistance to bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing. So did I take on that 6? I took 3.
Yes, and then on the 9 you'll take 4. That will be very helpful. All right, this barrage of these Baromacs continues as they are lashing out at you and driving their fists into you. You can feel the metal, the steel servos and manufactured musculature just berating all of you as the fight continues. That brings us back to the top of the round with Ulysses.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out, are all of them damaged now? Have all of them been
all but
damaged
2
at
of
all?
them.
All but 2 of them. Okay.
All but 2 of them.
I want to try to take down as many as possible. Just making sure if I have any. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say that I'm gonna take another shot at the one that I hit earlier. I'm gonna try to take it down. If it's, I definitely want to take one down. If it's one of them that is grappling a friend of mine.
Okay. I think Tahiti is currently grappled by at least one of the ones that you were fighting, so we'll say it's number 1.
Excellent. So
we'll
take
the
that.
11 points.
Yep. So I'll do. Okay. Oh, maybe it'll do it. Yeah. So that'll be a 12 to hit.
12 is going to miss.
12 is going to miss. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he'll do that. And then is it a bonus action to like use a heal kit, or no? That's an action.
So I think rules is written,
how...
it is an action, but the way that I typically run my games is coughing a potion, or in this case, using a med kit or whatever is a bonus action.
Okay.
Yeah.
So while I'm there, I take a pop shot with the pistol, doesn't work, and then I'm still leaking lorium everywhere. So I'm gonna take an opportunity to use a mender. And the way that I see the mender working is for Forgeborn is like these little tiny. It's almost like it stitches back the metal and all the pieces, right? So it's literally rewiring and so it's got to be these little tiny nanite kind of mechs that are they go and then eventually they blend into whatever space that they have now restitched or remended up. And then I forget how much a mender does for healing. I think it's 1d4.
One hit dice. It's one
hit die. Oh, one hit die.
Yeah, I just looked it up. It's just actually really awesome when it comes to heals.
One hit die plus your con modifier.
One hit die plus con. Thank you. Okay.
Nice.
So, all right. So that'll be okay. Not a whole bunch, but now I'm back up to 19. So that's better than nothing. Yeah. So he'll keep mending himself and then like looking over the battlefield because I don't have any bonus action stuff that I can do.
Plus you get 1 HP from.
Oh, 1 HP. Oh, thank you. So I'm at 20 now. Perfect. Yep. Excellent. I forgot about that. So
okay.
Yeah. Perfect.
So Ulysses kind of takes a shot, glancing the bullet kind of glancing off of the metal frame of one of these baromechs, almost doing some significant damage, but just missing. And then kind of uses this moment to kind of release these nanites and heal a little bit of the damage that's been dealt. Okay, that brings us to Kahiti.
Awesome. So we're going to start off with attacking one of the ones that's grappled me right now. So that is a 16 to hit.
Yes, we'll hit.
Excellent. Thank God for +8 to hit.
No joke.
All right, so that's a D12. Where are we at? So that's 7 points of damage. And is there a mover within 10 linear feet? One of those trucks within 10 linear feet of him?
Yeah, absolutely.
So as I come through, just both hands swinging tightly because I'm grappled to the guy, but just straight into his chest and drive through, pushing him 10 feet into the path of the truck.
Nice. Okay. So you said 7 points of damage?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, wait. No, I didn't add my strength modifier to that. 10 points of damage.
All right. So 3 additional.
Because it's your strength modifier. It's your roll plus your strength. Is it plus proficiency also?
No, not for damage.
Okay. Not for damage. It's just your modifier and the other modifier. So it's only +5 for me right now.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's your roll plus your strength. Or for you, it's your strength.
Yep.
For the axe, at least.
Yeah. So it wasn't 7. It was 10.
Okay. All right. So let me see something here. 10 points of damage. Okay. So you haul off and slam into this creature, kind of it releasing you from the cables and wires that it had wrapped around you, being flung backwards, kind of junk flying everywhere, right into the path of one of these harvesters. And the harvester careens into it, and you hear this horrible grinding noise as it disappears.
Nice. Now for the other one that's grappled me. And that's a little lower, so that is 14 to hit.
Yes, we'll hit.
Awesome. $11 points of damage. No
11
movement on that
points.
one. I can only push once per attack
Okay.
on that one. And then do I want to do a bonus action to that? So is Sylvan are you in combat right now? Or are you independent? Like, are you wrapped up?
I'm not wrapped up.
I guess, is anybody other than me grappled?
I think Lucius is still grappled.
I think Lucius is.
And Lucius is within earshot of me, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So he is going to look up as he's fighting through that. He's like, hey, Fadehead, get your fucking act in the game. Yeah, get to it. So that's +2 AC to you, Lucius, also for the next round, and advantage on your next save or your next attack.
Oh, speaking of which.
Oh, I needed
Ulysses,
a dex save.
Yeah, Ulysses, we didn't do yours either. Did you want to do intelligence or dexterity?
Dexterity.
Okay.
Okay, well, that's gonna be let's see here. Okay, I got a 16 on the die, so that's
you're good.
Good. Okay.
Yep, I got a 16 total, actually. 14 on the die
Okay.
and 2.
Also good. Excellent.
Awesome. And that's my turn.
Cool. Then we're gonna move right along to Sylvan. Same question: dexterity or intelligence?
It's the same either way, and I got a 15.
Okay, you are also good. Free to move about the cabin.
Cool. I want to do 2 things. I want to do perception on the Astra grenade and see if I think that it's still active in any way,
Okay.
or if it did its thing and shot its shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think you even need to roll. You know,
Okay.
the fact that you're a mechanist, all that kind of stuff. Astronades are not. They're not typical to find just all over the place in the street, because they're, you know, more military-esque kind of hardware. But especially down here, you're not unused to seeing them. So I think you could tell just by looking that it has been spent.
Okay, cool. Then I'm going to ignore it. I'm going to take a shot at one of the ones that attacked me.
Okay, excellent.
And that is an 11.
Unfortunately, 11 is not going to hit. The shot kind of glances off of their kind of metal skull.
Cool. In that case, I'm gonna withdraw a bit to get out of their range.
Okay, sure. Kind of fall back a little bit, put some distance between
Yep.
them. All right. Okay, Lucius, we come to you. Dexterity or intelligence saving throw?
I'm gonna have to take that dex again, Bob.
All right. Sure thing.
12.
12. All right, roll me a d10.
Oh, that doesn't sound good. 8.
8. Okay. You rolled brushed aside. You have been basically like pushed aside as one of these scoops have come down to gather this bucket full of discarded refuse. You get pushed aside, but you're pushed aside with a bunch of extra shit, all this like, you know, scrap metal and wires. You are pushed aside and are grappled as you're kind of partway buried in junk.
Double grapple.
Okay. Well, grappled from more than one source, we'll say. Luckily, the brushed aside doesn't have rend. Okay. But though you are grappled, it is still your turn, and you can
All right.
do what you will.
I'm gonna try to bring one of my electric brand new fists down upon this thing that's grappling this husk that's still trying to have at me first.
Mhm.
First things first. 23.
Yes, that will hit.
All right. So I get 7 physical and 2 electric.
Okay, so that's 9. Okay. So you take this thing down. What are you attacking with?
This my left arm, bringing it down,
Oh, that's
and
right.
then it has what are they called? Shock gaunts.
Okay.
Built into
Excellent. So yeah, you deliver this punch kind of straight into the front, like forehead area of this baromech, as the electricity is kind of like coursing over the outside of this new hand, and you can feel the reinforced steel buckle underneath the impact of your strike, and as you pull your hand back and the electricity kind of like dances off of your fist and through the circuits of this Forgeborn, you watch as the blue eyes go completely dim and darken. It then collapses down into a heap at the ground.
kind of like siphon that Astra in through my hand, and then I will, as my friend did, void slip away from the other gravel. But I'm gonna pump it for free because I'm limit enhancing, and I'm gonna disappear entirely around. Bye.
Excellent.
As I fade and away because he is the fade.
Perfect. So Lucius kind of strikes this thing, crumples it, and then promptly just disappears in kind of this chartreuse glitter of Astra.
I need to roll again because that's going to put me 3 over.
3 over. Okay. 3 over is a D8 this time.
5.
Did you say 5?
Sir.
Okay. 5. The strain of the Astra makes you sluggish. You gain 1 level of exhaustion. You realize you're pushing yourself in this fight, perhaps harder than you may have pushed yourself recently. Okay. That brings us
left. Is exhausted.
to them. All right. We still have 2 that are currently facing off against Kahiti. Okay. Kahiti. You have 2 that are still standing with you, and a third that you just delivered a rather substantial blow to. And you watched as the eyes of the one in front of you kind of started to dim. But then just as they were about to like blink and go out entirely, there's like this flutter, and there's a re-flaring of blue Astra energy. So the one that you hit second on your turn, he went down to 0 hit points, but he managed to pass his roll for infused, and he is now back at 1 hit point and still in this fight.
So 3 on me then still, right?
Yes, yeah, 3 on you still. All right. So we're going to rinse and repeat. Same thing. You are still grappled, yes?
By one, yeah.
By one of them.
Oh, wait.
Okay.
The second one, when I dropped him, does he drop grapple?
Yes, he would have.
So then I've dropped both the ones that had grapple on me. So I am no longer grappled.
Okay. All right. So then this first one, this reinvigored, if you will, one is going to attempt to... Go ahead.
I was saying, I was just laughing at that. But we're also
okay.
in difficult terrain if they're coming towards me, but I don't think they are.
Yeah, I don't think they have any distance to close currently.
Yep.
Okay. 17, I think, is going to miss because you said an 18 was your AC?
Still on 18 still.
All right. So he misses his grapple attempt. He's also going to miss his slam attack. That takes care of the one that was just reinvigorated. This one, number 3, is going to lash out with his tendril. Okay, he's going to hit you with the tangle on that one.
Okay.
That's going to be
back to grappled.
Grappled, yeah, and 7 points.
Okay.
Okay, and he follows up with his slam attack attempt. Misses poorly. And then the last one that's on you is going to attempt his tangle. Oh, God. Okay, and he's going to hit with a 22. All right, so this one is going to rend. $13 points.
Oof. Wow.
A big one.
Yeah, it is.
All right, and then he is going to attempt to follow up with his slam attack. And also miss poorly. Okay. That is Kahiti. Kahiti, you've just got these things just lashing on to every limb that you have kind of that extends away from your body and just trying to pull you every which direction. Slowly kind of tearing muscle and you can hear joints dislocating. Okay.
Yeah. Kahiti's pretty fucked up at the moment.
Yeah. He's kind of in the thick of it.
51 damage total to me so far.
Ooh, okay. Okay. Let's see. Sylvan, you still have... Oh, you backed up.
Yep.
So they're still... Again, their movement is only 20. But their reach with these tangle is 20. So I think that they can still get at you with this tangle of... cables and vines, or not vines, cables and wires, but not with an 11.
Cool.
The second one, a 13, so no. You managed to apparently put enough distance between you that they're lashing out, trying to get a hold of you, and just not able to do so. Okay, that brings us down to the last one that is on Lucius.
But did Lucius, has he got one on him still, or did he Astra step? He's out.
Oh, that's right. He's
out of everything. Away.
Yep. So they cannot even come after him. All right. So this one is going to start lumbering after Ulysses. He can only move 20, so he's not going to be able to get to you. But I think he is able to get to you with his tangle.
Also, difficult terrain for him because that's what Lucius had rolled right before. Right before that, because he and I both had the same rolls, 4 and then a 2.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. So he's only able to move 10 feet, and then his vine or his tangle can only reach 20 feet. So I think actually that's going to put him shy of being able to get a hold of you, Ulysses. So he's trying. He's like clambering up the side of this hill, but from where this dozer had come through just moments before, this harvester, and scooped some stuff up, part of the slope below you had like kind of cascaded down and kind of caused this tripping hazard. And this baromech is kind of stumbling to try to get through it as it comes at you. Again, kind of pulling up this bundle of wires and parts that are all still connected and kind of slamming it down, trying desperately to get to you, but just not able to reach you yet. Okay, so we've reached the end of the round, and I think we're going to go ahead and take our break. So let me pop this portrait off here. Excellent. So this has been fantastic so far. I hope that y'all are having a lot of fun. Good. We're going to take 10 minutes, go to the bathroom, refill your drink, smoke them if you got them, kiss your spouse, etc., etc. And for everybody who is tuning in so far, thank you so very much. Sit tight. We will be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to tonight's second half of Chapter 1 of the Trickle Down. This is going to be a Harbinger trilogy that takes place in the setting of Chrome City, kind of a neon-infused cyberpunk type setting, or at least my interpretation of it. So, we find ourselves deep beneath the streets of Chrome City, in a place known as the landfill, where mountains of unwanted and discarded scraps of technology form this labyrinthine kind of landscape, where these large machines, these harvesters, come through, scooping up sections of these mountains at a time, grinding them into kind of a metallic pulp before they can then be smelted down to their raw materials in the furnaces that kind of heat and light the landfill down here. Amid the mountainous peaks of the landfill, there is currently an intense skirmish that is unfolding between 4 denizens of Chrome City and a gaggle, a herd, if you will, of these baromechs that have been reanimated, reconstituted, brought back online by a Lorium bomb that has gone off, this Astronade. And these things, kind of complete with their raw metal skeletal frames and bound up in cables and wires, they are tying up our 4 heroes. We have just reached the end of, I believe, the 3rd round of combat. We're going to go back around to the top with Ulysses. Ulysses, if you would please. I need an intelligence or dexterity saving throw.
I will do dexterity, sir.
Wunderbar.
I will fail that miserably.
Also wunderbar. Then give me a d10 roll, please.
That will be an 8, sir.
8. All right. Brushed aside. You are also kind of where this thing has scooped, and this kind of surface down below you has started to kind of cascade a little bit, almost avalanche style, away. You find yourselves kind of like sucked down, almost like quicksand, partially down into the loosening junk as it's kind of like rolling down the side of this hill, and you are bound up and grappled as you're trapped in some of this junk. But it is your turn.
Okay. I'm kind of losing my footing, getting all caught up in the junk. But currently, there are 3 baromechs surrounding Kahiti, correct?
There are, yes.
One was coming for me.
There is a 4th, that is clamoring up this slope towards you.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and try to take one of the ones out in front of Kahiti, because he is getting wailed on right now.
Sure.
Actually, you know what? Nah, I'm gonna do this. I know it's dumb. I'm gonna boost my Astrafade. Okay.
I'm here for it.
I'm gonna do Astra Bolt by 1. Okay. Right. I'm gonna boost it by 1. And I'm gonna do where you can boost it and then divide the multiple attacks, right?
Sure.
So you can split 1 Astra Bolt into 3, right? And then it'll do, you roll each separate attack, but if they hit, they still do 1d8 damage, right?
Okay.
So I would like to do that. I will, I'll reach out with a hand this time, and again, it comes out from the tips of my fingers, and this time, instead of yellow Astra, it's red Astra, as these 3 bolts of red Astra jettison from the fingertips, and they will kind of like homing beacons try to go toward their targets respectively. I did roll earlier for 1 to hit. I was assuming I was going to use my gun, but then I didn't.
Okay.
And then that'll hit, and that one will miss. So 2 out of the 3 will hit, and they will do 7, 3. Okay, yeah, 7 and 3 plus you add on the spell attack. You add. Is it just the damage on the die, or is it additional?
I'm not sure.
I forget it. I forget how D&D works anymore, guys.
I've been looking it up, so give me a second. I think I got it up.
My brain goes, you should get a bonus to that, but I might not.
Astra-bolt? Is that the one?
Is it my like damage plus is it proficient or like your constitution modifier? I imagine it's probably
I don't think so.
But no, okay.
So let's see.
Well,
Astra-bolt. Nope, it's just a straight D8. It looks like.
Straight D8. Okay, so the first one gets full 7 damage.
Okay. And are you the 3 targets that you're choosing? Excuse me. Are you choosing them the ones that are on Kahiti or the ones?
So the ones the 3 targets that I'm choosing is the one climbing up the hill, and then 2 of them that are around Kahiti. So I'll say that the one climbing up the hill takes the 3, and then the one that is closest to Kahiti that I hit takes the 7.
Okay, so let's do 3 there. Okay. And you said it was 3 what and 7?
No, sorry, 3 and 7. One of them missed.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
One of those attacks missed, so I negated it. So yeah, 3 and 7. And
okay.
I'll have the 3 hit the one that's clambering up the hill to me.
All right. So this one is going to have to make his save again. The 7 was the damage dealt to him, so that means DC of 12. Okay. So this one that Kahiti had hit originally, it had almost dimmed and then gone out and then come back online, is the one that you just hit with your part of your Astra-bolt, and it finishes him off. He goes dark and collapses underneath the effects of your Astra-bolt.
Excellent. Yeah. So in this moment, he goes down. Kahiti is good. I'm going to look at what I'm trying to look around for is a way for us to get out of this predicament, because the longer we stay in here, potentially the harder the fight becomes. Is there a way that I can like use God? I don't have anything to do that. Yeah, so I'm gonna look around though and see if there's any advantageous spots in the battlefield that like I can kind of use to our advantage to get us out of this predicament.
Okay. Well, before you do that, from where you cast your Astra-bolt spell,
yes, sir. Yeah.
How many points does that put you over?
3 over.
3?
Yeah.
3. All right. Then I need you to roll a D8, please.
D8. Okay. Oh God. Oh.
Wait. Did you? Because you also boosted it, right?
I did boost it. Yeah.
But it still only went up by 1 point.
It only goes up by 1. Yeah, because it's a 0 cost.
Or whatever?
It's a 0 cost
perfect.
to do Astra-bolt. So I just bumped it by 1 to make it a 1 cost.
Sweet. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So what'd you get on your D8 then?
So I got an 8 on the D8.
An 8. Astra surges through your nerves at unparalleled speeds and potencies. Take 2d8 damage.
Oof.
Awesome. Yay, me.
I thought higher was better. I was like,
I thought higher was better too in my head. I was like,
sometimes.
Yeah, that's good, right?
Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not.
No, it's not. It's
okay.
horrible.
It's like a whole game built around the wild magic table.
Oh my God.
12 energy damage.
Stop
Ulysses.
trying to kill me first day out. This
hey, brah, that was you, man.
I know. I'm dumb. I'm a dumb dog.
That.
I know this.
Okay. So the energy kind of like almost like backfires to some extent.
Yeah, it's like recoil on a gun.
Bolt.
My fingertips are literally like smoking.
Yeah.
And I'm like, stop. God And as I'm sinking in, it's just me becoming one with void. Okay, I'm chin of Forgeborn as I'm smoking underneath this pile of rubble at this point.
All right. So you have okay, so that moves us to Kahiti then. Kahiti, I need your saving throw, please. Dexterity or intelligence?
15.
15. Okay, you're good.
Awesome. So there's 2 on me. Are they both the ones that were grappling me, or did the one he dropped, was it one of the ones that was grappling?
One of the ones that was grappling you just went down.
Got it. So I got one grappling me, so that's
more.
the first target.
Okay.
For that's an 18 to hit.
Oh, yes.
And that is going to be a whopping 6 points of damage. But if there is still a truck within 10 feet, one of the harvesters, I'm going to push it towards the harvester. And if not, I'm going to try to push it away either way.
Yeah, let's go for it.
So it's not even a have to. It's just it's for the next minute, I have that ability.
Yeah, I'm with it. Is there a saving throw that they have to make, or does it just happen?
Doesn't say so. It just says that once per turn, you can move that target in a straight line 10 feet closer or further away from you.
Nice. Okay, cool. So this one is at 18 currently, and you kind of shove it backwards straight into the path of this harvester. And okay, you hear that same kind of like grinding noise as like its reinforced, steel frame is chewed up by the front mechanics of the harvester.
Excellent. So then second attack, turning to the other one. Am I still grapple with that one or no? Because I know it's a distance grapple. Okay, just wanted to check.
Yeah, this one is fresh too. Not a scratch on it.
The one in front of me still?
Yes.
Got it. So let's see if we hit.
It's the only one that hasn't been touched yet.
I think that still hits thanks to a massive bonus to attack. 14?
It does indeed.
Awesome. That is 13 points of damage on that as a swing through. And then bonus. Reaction. It is now marked. Can't dodge, disengage, or hide, and any other attacks against it until the end of my next turn have advantage, in case anyone's interested. Bonus action. So that was my reaction. Bonus action is going to be to pop a healing charge. So yeah, he just pulls it out, and like for Voidborn, it's not little mechs. It's just like Pulp Fiction style, like needle to the chest, just like boom, slam it down. To do that, gives me a whole whopping 4 health back.
Oh.
Hey, puts me in double digits again. That's all that matters.
Okay, good to hear. Good to hear. All right, so we've got 1 still on Kahiti, 1 coming after Ulysses, and 1 that is currently unattached, I think, and then 1 on Lucius by my count. Okay, that was Kahiti. So Sylvan, it is now your turn. Intelligence or dexterity saving throw, if you would please, to lead us off.
That is an 8.
An 8. Okay, so go ahead and roll a d10 for me.
3.
3. Okay, overflow junk. The area around you becomes difficult terrain. So.
Okay.
I don't think you are currently grappled.
Nope.
I don't think any of them are currently around you. So with difficult terrain in mind, you are free to take your turn.
Okay, so there are 2 around Kahiti.
Only 1 left that is around
Only
Kahiti.
1? Okay, and that's the one that you get advantage on?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to attack that guy. And that is the 19.
Yep, that'll definitely hit.
D10. 5 points.
All right, 5 points to that one.
And are there any still like coming towards me?
Yes. One of them has turned and is making its way towards you. It's one of its legs is completely gnarled and twisted underneath it, so it has a little bit of kind of a limped gait, but it is definitely trying to close with you.
Cool. Then I'm going to do a full withdraw for my full movement, and then I'll slam a mender.
Okay, excellent. Okay, that is Sylvan. Lucius, it is your turn. Dexterity, I believe, was your flavor of tea.
Yes, sir. Dang, I keep getting like the same area on that one. 11.
Okay, no,
D10.
D10, please. Yep.
I didn't go down the dice, but that's okay. It's a 9. 9.
A 9 is run over. So again, a part of you, a hand, a foot. So, go ahead.
I'm invisible until.
So, with the Astra slide, whatever they call it,
Void slip.
That's it.
Yes, sir.
Are you like not physically there, or are you just?
Yeah, you're like, and then you reappear.
Okay. Yeah. If you're not simply invisible, then this thing won't be able to do anything to you.
Okay. Let me double check it.
If that's well, one, remember you have advantage because I gave you the +2 AC before you dipped out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you.
So you have advantage on your next saving throw if you need it, but if you don't, or it's your attack or whatever. But if you don't need to use it for this, you would get to save it for your attack.
Yeah, it says I boosted it to disappear entirely for 1 round. At the beginning of your next turn, choose an unoccupied space within range of your original position and reappear there. And the range is 20 feet.
So it's like Dimension Door, essentially.
Yeah.
So I would want to be 20 feet away from him.
Mm-hmm. So you are no longer grappled. Okay. So yeah, it happens at the beginning of your turn, it says?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I think, where you've chosen your spot, unfortunately, it is where this this harvester is kind of rolling through.
But you have your advantage roll because you only rolled 1, right?
Yes, sir. 16.
Okay, good. A 16 will, however, avoid. So, like, you're kind of starting to rematerialize. And, like, as you're doing so, something about, Tahiti's spell, his ability that he's kind of given to you, causes you to hold off for just a second longer. And that dozer, that harvester, like, rolls straight through the space where you are. And you feel like the mechanical impulses in the Astra that powers this machine, you feel it kind of course through your body as it basically passes through the space that you would otherwise occupy. And then you materialize just as it kind of finishes passing through you, and you can take your turn.
So how far are these things from me now?
Well, one of them is at least within, 20 feet, you said?
Okay. Well, there was 2 there. So there's 1 remaining. So I would like to run over to it and try to bring 2 fists down upon it.
All right.
Oh, so close. 25?
Yeah, it is close, but yeah, you definitely hit.
It's this and that. And I hit this one. So 4 electric with 5 physical.
All right, so 9 total. All right, let's see. Its eyes go dark, and it collapses into a heap on the ground. Okay.
As a I believe it's bonus action. Dispel soon fade. Oh, it's an action. Never mind. I think that's it for me. Thank you.
All right. That is Lucius. Right on to the remaining scrap heap Baromax. Okay. Let's see. One of them on Tahiti still stands, though he is very worse for wear. One of them is clamoring to get towards Ulysses. The other one is the one that is trying to get to Sylvan. Okay. The one that is on Tahiti, we'll go ahead and do this one first. Okay. 11 to grapple you will not work. Following up with a slam. 9 will also not work. Okay, so that one's going to miss entirely. Now the one that is scrambling to get to you, Ulysses, is going to lash out first with its tendril and miss. Is going to move a little bit closer and miss with its slam as well. And then last but not least, this one is going to try to lash out with its tendril at Sylvan and miss horribly. But because Sylvan is still some distance away, it's not able to close. That was pathetic, but that was their turn, all the same. So, that was a good round. That brings us back to the top with Ulysses. Dex or intelligence, sir?
I am going to go Dex.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Dang it. Okay.
Uh-oh.
That's a 3 on the die. So that's a 6 total.
All right. Then a D10, if you would, please.
Or wait, hold on. That still a fail, but yeah, whatever. D10, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a 2.
2. Overflow junk. Okay. So yeah, the area around you is difficult terrain. So even once you get yourself out of this mess, this grapple that you're currently in, you will be surrounded by difficult terrain.
Okay. I don't plan on moving anytime soon. All I care about right now is making sure we get out of this alive. So very similar to Ultron, just sparking and like losing his shit at the beginning of the Age of Ultron. You see this forge board who just looks like he's been taken to the cleaners. I'm dripping Lorium all over the duster, all over the suit that he puts on. And he looks and he's just going to fire his gun at the closest one. And I already pre-rolled and I got a 19 to hit.
Yes.
And then I rolled max damage on that. So that'll be 8 plus 3. Yeah. So a total of 11 damage.
11 damage. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. 11 damage incoming. Okay. You fire your shot, Ulysses, and this passes straight through the temple of this Baromek that is kind of scrambling to get to you. And you watch as like its shoulders slump and it kind of loses this brightness, this shine of Astra that kind of glows from inside of its skull. But then you see it flicker and blink, and it comes back and it stands back up.
Okay. Can I do 1 second? I need to check something with the rules here. Why do I have hiccups now? It's nervous. It's nerves. It's nerves, my guys. Okay. So I just want to check and see if like Astra Bolt can be cast as a cast as a bonus action.
If it can, it's probably because it would be boosted.
Check and see if I will check. And you know what?
Let's see. Increases the damage, outlining them with Astra, or target it to 3. So no, I don't think that.
No, okay, never mind. I thought I had a bonus action spell that I could do, but no. Other than Void Slip, I don't have one. So, do I have? There's no such thing as like. Are there grenades that we could have purchased on here?
I don't think that there are off of the list necessarily.
Yeah,
but they exist.
They exist. Okay. Theoretically, could we have bought some with the glint that we had?
Perhaps after this.
After this, okay, yeah. No worries. But yeah, shit. Yeah, I don't have a bonus action. I'm just going to duck and cover back. However, I will use as my bonus. I will. Oh, you know what I can do? With the enumerations, I can. It says I have up to 3 that I can do from that. There is one that gives me health back from that, so I'll do that. He'll tuck in underneath all the rubble, and then I gain back my constitution modifier plus my charisma modifier in health, which would be 5 points. So
okay, there you go.
That'll be what I do at this point, because I'm like trying not to die.
Sure.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
All right, so you kind of like allow yourself to sink maybe a little further into some of this loosening scrap.
That, like, I harden myself to the damage that I've taken, and then I seal some wounds for 5 points.
Mm-hmm. Maybe even finding some excess discarded tech buried alongside you here in the scrap heap. You're able to kind of stave off the worst of some of the worst of the damage that you have taken so far. Okay, that brings us back to Kahiti. Intelligence or dexterity, sir?
Dexterity.
Okay.
Ooh, 10 on the dot.
Ooh, okay, so roll a d10.
7.
7. Brushed aside. Okay, you are pushed aside, grappled as you are kind of buried somewhat in some of the junk that's kind of off-cast.
I think I'm getting used to being grappled at this point. Because this is the first turn I was going to start not being grappled by at least 2. But I'm good now. All right, so first attack on the one who's still standing in front of me, who's wounded at least. Oh, that's going to hit, because that is a 20 non-nat.
Oh, yeah.
And we're going to do 8, 9, 10 damage.
Okay. All right. As you deliver the blow to this one, you watch as its eyes dim. And they stay dark. It collapses to the ground.
Okay. Object interaction to switch weapons.
Okay, sure.
So I'm going to pick up this, because I assume that the one that is over by Sylvan is not within melee distance to me, right?
No.
Okay, but it is within 30 or 90 feet.
Yeah, I think it's probably outside of the 30-foot range at this point.
Okay, so that would roll a disadvantage then?
Yes.
For long range? Okay, so let's see what we get here. I'm going to pop the shotgun and see what I can do to that one. Ooh, so 5 plus 8 is 13. Go ahead.
That's the magic number, so that hits.
Excellent. And I have to look this one up. That is a D10 plus dex plus proficiency. So 7 damage.
Okay.
Yes. And I have no one near me on that one. And no one's within. Who's got one within attack distance of them?
Ulysses.
Okay, so I'll look.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh well, Ulysses also hurt pretty bad too, I think.
Definitely.
More than Sylvan is. So I'll look to Ulysses, and it's still coming up the hill, right? Towards it.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Like, it's still working its way up, Bio. Still working its way up. And so that gives you +2 AC and gives you yeah, it's my bonus action, so I can do that. So +2 AC and advantage on your next attack, ability check, or saving throw.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Sweet.
Tactician for the win. And that is my turn.
Okay. That's Kahiti done. So, Sylvan, it is your turn. Intelligence or dexterity saving throw, please.
That is a 12.
12. Okay. Gonna need a D10 again.
Okay. 3.
3. Okay. Overflow junk, difficult terrain.
Okay.
But your turn is otherwise yours.
Cool. The one that's coming at me, I'm going to shoot at. That is a 22.
Yes, that will definitely hit.
2 points of damage.
2 points. All right. Let's see. This is. Okay. So it needs to make a saving throw. And it rolled a 1. All right. So your 2 points, meager as it might first appear, Sylvan, as you shoot out, you watch the eyes of this approaching Beromech go dark, stay dark, and it collapses and falls to the ground.
Nice.
Okay, do you have anything bonus action that you'd like to do?
At this point, the only one is the one near Ulysses.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Then I'm going to start making my way back closer to the rest of the group.
Okay. All right. That was Sylvan. Lucius. Dexterity or intelligence saving throw?
Go with Dex.
All right.
Ugh. It's the worst. Not the worst, but I think it's a 3 for a total.
Okay. And on your D10?
Oh man. A 1.
A 1? Okay. That's just difficult terrain.
Oh. Well, I'm flying. I have a fly speed. Does that matter? I'll fly over it. How many are left now? 1 or 2?
Just the 1.
Just the 1? I guess I will try to. How far is it?
From you, this was the one that was. This is the one that's coming after Ulysses, so it's probably 20 feet away from you.
Yeah, definitely. I'll fly for 10 and then I'll land away from the. How far is the difficult terrain?
I forgot you're flying, so.
Yeah,
That's
and
awesome.
then I'll close the rest of the distance and boom, try to punch it down.
Yeah, so you like jump up, you got your little jump jets that are kind of like helping you, and you come down like with the fist. All right, what you got?
Nice. Over 20 again, like 23. This one, that one. Nice. And go back. Ooh, nice. So 9 physical and 6 lightning.
15. Okay. Let's see. So saving throw. All right. You can describe what it looks like as you take down this last one with this flying punch.
comes down with the force of his heavy metallic body that's mangled together, these different parts of just like the heap around it, but they're the best, at least the heaviest pieces that he could find and the biggest. And he comes down and with a crackle, the Astra sparks and the pieces go bursting away, and the Astra goes into him, and he just inhales it all, and you can see it rippling in through his veins into the core of his power, his Astra core.
Excellent. As Lucius kind of power slams this last, the last of these baromechs, the situation around you kind of grows much quieter, much calmer. It doesn't take long for one of you, perhaps Ulysses, who's slightly uphill, looking down, to see that one of the harvesters, the one that had kind of scooped up the first baromech that had been pushed backwards into its path by Tahiti, it was ground up and thrown out the back. And though it is horribly mangled and battered, you can see the still glowing Astra coming from its eyes as it sits in this kind of hopper that this thing pulls at its back, kind of like lazily trying to like climb its way out, but not even having enough power to really pull its own body along. But we are out of combat, so you can do.
Isn't something like we've seen before, the grenade effects, or
no?
Would somebody who's seen combat a lot seen that?
You have possibly come across baromechs before. Where Forgeborn, there's a very fine line between Forgeborn and baromech. Forgeborn are mechanical bodies that are given a soul of someone who has passed, and this is what kind of gives Forgeborn their life. And baromech are kind of a similar situation, but they're like a shadow of a Forgeborn. They're as if like a spirit had no personality. So you might have come across those before, but this particular
grenade
series
effect
of events, that would be very unusual.
So I think that Ulysses just scrambling out of the heap, he is an absolute wreck right now. Has just enough energy to like turn on the optics and like look around. Everyone else all right? That was not what I was expecting.
Yeah, no shit.
Oh, you're gonna keep
like,
those parts nice.
He'll like start walking over to the original Forgeborn that dropped it. I would like to, if there's a way, Jeremy. God, okay, yep, it's gonna destroy my Astrofade, but I don't care.
Wait, hold on a second, because like Kahiti didn't move, right? So I've got to be right next to that guy still, right? I would love to have moved, but I was grappled like 9 times.
You can certainly, you could certainly move.
He just reaches down and picks up the Forgeborn, the original one, like and it's a big thing, right? Forgeborn are like 9 foot tall, right?
Some of them.
We big boys typically,
What's the weight of those things?
So yeah,
I mean,
Forgeborn
I got a 17
have
strength, so I'm pretty sure
Forgeborn have like a myriad of like functions that they're designed for. Everything from like love bots to like surrogate children to like menial labor. So everything in between. This one is not a particularly large, bulky Forgeborn. So yeah, I don't think it would be a problem
Yeah.
whatsoever for you to pick
Yeah,
it up.
Kahidi just reaches down, picks up, holds this up, and is like, Ulysses, Sylvan, you need this.
Yes, actually, it would be nice.
All right, so just hold
yeah.
it up for you when you get here then. Because anything
He'll-
else after that, Kahidi's just going to start chucking them towards the
He'll shamble over there,
shredders.
and he'll shamble over and take the Forgeborn. Jeremy, what model was this Forgeborn?
So,
Because I know that Ulysses is a 300 model,
mhm.
right?
So roll me a. Is there a tech
There is a tech
skill?
yes.
Yeah, roll that for me, please.
Okay. I will. Ooh, I got a 19 on the die.
Okay. So yeah, without a doubt, this is like a 500 model.
Okay.
So this is like very cutting edge technology.
Cutting edge tech. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. First
Hey,
off,
Ulysses, you want to upgrade?
I might need one after this. He as he's spitting Lorium from the mouth. First things first, we check the body. Secondly, we check the mind. And if I don't know if you'll want me if I need to use a spell for this, Jeremy. I know we're out of combat, but if I need to, I will. I think I can use it as the third part of the enumerations thing that I would have picked for the day. I basically want to probe inside this other Forgeborn's mind and see what like if there's a way, like any details that I can find of what his plan was, what he was trying to do.
Okay. As you're getting set up for that, it's going to take kind of a little bit of a moment. You know, you're going to
it's going to take some time. Yeah.
Some kind of cables that you're going to have that'll jack into you as well as it. So while you're doing that, what are the other three of you doing?
So when we first encountered this, he was, well, by the time I got there, he was already down, but there was another body that he had been messing with, right? Another Forgeborn?
Correct.
Okay. And this one, the one that he was messing with, doesn't appear to be like the zombie-fied ones that we were dealing with. It was more just like a normal.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was like kind of the same level of like destroyed. You know, it had, you know, pieces missing and things like that, similar to the ones that you just fought. But for whatever reason, this one did not engage. It did not become reactivated when this grenade went off.
Cool. Then I want to check to see if there's still thorium or lorium. Sorry.
Yeah, I got you.
Or thorium, whatever you want.
Yeah, whatever.
Either or.
But then also start planning on taking it back to the shop. And if that means checking with Ulysses first and then dismantling it into easier to carry pieces, or if I need to have Kahidi strap it on his back and bring it back.
Okay.
But I'd like to bring both the perp and the victim back to the shop.
I think that's certainly doable between, you know, having Tahidi's, you know, raw strength, and also I would imagine that you probably have some form of like sled or something that you know, have constructed, you know, maybe some kind of like spider walker or something that can carry shit around for you. I don't think it will be too much of a problem at all. What about Lucius and Tahiti?
I would like to be looking over these parts. I'm not that worse for wear I wish I had a med kit to give you.
Oh, I'll be fine. But if you're gonna look over the parts of the Voidborn or the Voidborn shit, the yes, you look over Kahiti. You're gonna look over the parts of Kahiti. Or are you gonna look over the so these are the Forgeborn or the undead zombie things? Which do you care about?
I'm not the zombies. Definitely the Forgeborn. Like you, it seems like Ulysses is interested in his mind, and I'm like, if he doesn't want his parts, then like I do, and then if he upgrades his body to that body, then he has leftovers. Like somehow there's some
upgrades going on.
Awesome. So yeah, that fits because Kahiti's like, this is just like we're done fighting. Now it's crime scene cleanup, right? Ulysses is there and he's leaving me be for now, but like no need for this to bring attention. So he's just grabbing zombies and chucking them into
getting rid of the evidence in front of
quick once over. Yeah, quick once over. Yeah, what are you gonna do? It's like quick once over to make sure they got nothing, and then he's just chucking them straight into the harvesters just to grind them up, move them on.
Yeah, none of the Baromechs are really going to have much in the way of anything interesting on them. Yep. So pitching them into the grinder and stuff is quick work, easy. The Forgeborns, they certainly have some things about them that would warrant the envy of Lucius. Not the one necessarily that he was that they were working on opening, but the perpetrator that was being pursued by Ulysses certainly would. However, that perp is not dead. They were merely knocked unconscious because the damage that was dealt to them was non-lethal. So all of you would be aware that that person, that Forgeborn is still technically alive.
Could change that, yeah. If you want.
Yeah. Technically, I mean, in as much as Forgeborn are alive. No offense, Ulysses.
No, full offense.
Clearly.
You know,
we'll
make use of whatever we make available
for fun. Like that is where like I wasn't sure if Forgeborn were biological in nature or not. Like, do they need air and water, or are they?
No, I do not believe we have to eat or sleep. I don't believe. I don't think.
Yeah, I don't know what the rules state, but
I will look at it right now.
Yeah.
My friend.
Because it's weird because there are rules for low oxygen environment.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
but that's why I was like, did that apply to Forgeborn?
I will check for you.
They do not breathe air or water, I believe. They're like a construct.
Oh, cool. It still works because Kahiti's been using bio as like a slang term for anybody instead of like brother or bro. But it's also pseudo meant to be insulting then to Forgeborn, as it's biological creature to biological creature. So instead of you're kind of counting, but not quite.
It doesn't specifically say, so I guess it's.
I don't see that.
I'm sure it is.
It's up to you then, Jeremy, and how Chrome City.
Yeah, I mean we're not in space, so I don't know how much it's going to apply necessarily.
My dude.
Yeah. Trying to think.
Does it depend on what kind you are, maybe?
Probably, yeah. What function you serve? Because they would probably make like ones that are supposed to meant to do work on spaceships and stations and mining operations and stuff that probably don't need to breathe at all. But maybe at the very least, like you breathe, which basically just means like you pump lorium through your body.
Yeah.
Or maybe you need ambient oxygen. You don't have self-contained oxygen for combustion or for whatever you need.
There you go. Yeah.
Right. So you have to still breathe in atmosphere. You don't have lungs, but you ingest atmosphere for energy transfer.
Yeah. That makes perfect sense.
That sounds like a great idea. Yeah.
Cool. But yeah, I don't imagine you have to eat.
No.
You might have to like consume, like re-up your lorium occasionally, that kind of thing. But
yeah. So So yeah, you see that Ulysses is like broken. Like there's just one of his arms is probably like fully detached at this point, just dragging on the ground toward as they head to the shop just by cables and stuff. He's just like, that was
Exception of Lucius, none of us look good, I don't think.
far worse than I thought it was going to be. Ah, God.
Okay. Did anybody pick up the Astronade?
Oh, the actual Astronade? I believe Sylvan did.
Todd
earlier.
did say he investigated it. I don't know if he picked it up.
He had wrapped it in a green Astra shield, if I remember.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I picked it up after I let that go.
Okay, good deal. Okay, so you have this device with you. You have the two Forgeborn bodies with you, one of which is still technically alive, and you kind of trek your way back to Sylvan's shop, where you start to kind of parse through everything. And there's a few bits of interesting information. One, like I said, Lucius, you definitely find, a part or two that you would be interested in, kind of replacing what you might have from this Forgeborn. The Forgeborn will eventually reawaken, probably not too far after the point where you start messing with its mind and its systems and things like that, unless you tried to do something to deactivate it or kill it. The other piece of information that is interesting is you find a broken and empty Lorium vial inside the Astronade. Anybody who... Is there an Astra skill?
Yes.
There is.
Yes, under intelligence.
Okay,
Skill
perfect.
check for Astra.
So, anybody who wants to roll either Astra or Tech, you could do so.
I mean, we might crit. Who knows?
Nope.
15.
Okay. Anybody else?
I got a 5, so I'm not going to be any help right now.
Fair.
I think my brain is processing how to live, and that's about it.
I'm 14.
Okay. So
And this is the grenade.
yes, it was inside the grenade.
Oh, makes sense. Soldier background. I could be
Sure.
yeah.
Absolutely. So, Tahiti, or I'm sorry, I keep saying Tahiti. It's
I
Kahiti.
never realized how close it was.
I didn't
to
either.
Tahiti until you started saying it all the time.
I didn't either
Awesome.
until it just completely tripped me up. Okay, so Kahiti and Sylvan, both of you are next to one another or whatnot. Whenever probably Sylvan pulls this broken Lorium vial out of the middle of this Astronade, you can see that this vial had been activated, essentially broken, and then used the charge inside of it to kind of explode with Astra energy. But it's the vial itself that you kind of like hone in on. The first thing that you find kind of interesting about it is that the blue Astra residue that kind of is dripping out of the remaining pieces of this Lorium vial is the purest Astra that you've ever seen. Like, this is like the glow that this has to it is still radiating light, even though it has been utilized and discarded for 5 to 10 minutes at this point. It is very, very, very potent Astra Lorium. Of the blue variety, of the electric blue variety. The other thing that catches your attention is that this is no ordinary Lorium vial. This is a different kind of special, again, cutting edge Lorium vial, and it is stamped with 3 letters: WMI. Um, yeah. Let's see what else. Sorry, go ahead.
I say, like, if we see there's Lorium residue in that thing, I think Kahidi would pick it up and look at it, and then look at Lucius, who he doesn't know other than that he knows he's kind of a Astra addict of sorts, right? Always sort of informing it. Lucius, what you make of this? Yeah, pass that over so that he can see it in case there's anything that he can do with it later on or tie into it to track it.
Lucius, you are handed this broken, Lorium vial, and you can see this little bit of residue. And again, this is very, very potent Lorium. Yeah. Sampling some of it, there's kind of that immediate hit of euphoria, as like for a moment Lucius kind of like leans back against like whatever surface he can kind of like put his weight on, and kind of the head kind of lulls back for just a moment, and you're transported for a brief moment in time, before you kind of start to come back to the here and the now. This is incredibly strong.
You were saying? IWM? What am I supposed to make of it?
Don't overdose in my shop.
Overdose.
All right, we take him back to the shredders. Yeah, be fine.
Don't your circuits.
You guys are the ones looking a little fried to me.
I think that in this moment, like he's like resetting certain parts of him, just like there's a part where like he'll Ulysses will like flop an arm up onto one of the tables of silence. Okay. So, what do we know? Oh shit. He's still active, isn't he?
Yeah, you're not too good at your job, are you?
You know what? No one asked you.
Should we tie him up or disable him?
No, I want him. I want him active. I do. The important part is to try and the important. Oh God! He like smacks himself, clearly shorting. The important part is that he needs to be active as I am active, and I should be able to interface with his Lorium memories.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Right. He looks at you just like completely tripping over this blue Astra and just like, we're on the same level. He says, silence. Put him wherever you see fit. I'll let you take care of this. But we need to be synced together so that I can probe into his memories.
So you guys follow me to the back, and there's essentially two morgue slabs type tables, right? Stainless steel, angled with a groove in it with some runoff areas so that anything you happen to be messing with, the oil or Astra or Lorium or bodily fluids drain off down the table and then out to a drain in the middle of the floor. Big shop lights on the articulating arms, put down over both of them, strap him down, act like I'm going to strap you down, and then just kind of give you a nod. And then, all right. Now what?
All right. I don't know where his is, but typically, oh shit, you can't get to my port. And he thinks about it because he realizes as he feels the back of his head, right, that his original port that would hold his Lorium vial is shunted, and he can't access it. I need another alternative. Wait. Jeremy, would there be another alternative way for me to port into another Forgeborn, alternatively than just like syncing up the Lorium vials?
Yeah, he's right there. Yeah, just point to Lucius.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, that's true. If you're willing to take the dive, Lucius, I need to know certain answers.
Me to do what now?
I need to know certain things. First of all, are you even paying attention?
I can't afford to pay attention.
Okay.
it's kind of hard to follow all we know so far. Yeah, you chased him into
Okay.
here.
Listen.
We killed them.
You guys
and brought
gonna
them back.
plug in together
Yes, that
in
was
a room by
that was
yourselves?
that was the intention. However, I remember that I can't.
You need a drink first, or
Yeah,
Okay.
what's?
I do.
Can I make any adjustments to his port?
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I know I have. Here's the thing. I have a
Shut up,
spell
Clint.
called Mind Probe. I can do it, right? I can do the spell and cast the Astra. But if there's a way that I want to find a way to access his memories. Even if we can access his bank in the back and find a way to tap into it, I can then do more stuff with it. So that's up
Okay.
to you as a GM.
Yeah. I mean, we can totally crack into him. I mean,
Yeah.
that part, I've got the tool.
Yeah. You could
So-
technically try to crack mine, but I'm pretty sure mine is fused.
Okay.
So
You are looking at whether or not you can use which spell?
Mind
Mind?
Probe.
Mind Probe. Let's see here what it says.
So Mind Probe would cost me 1 extra Astrafade.
Hmm. Okay, you immediately
That'd
sense
be-
the most prominent emotion the creature's experiencing, whether it's fear, hunger, sadness, joy, or anything in between. Wisdom save. If it fails, you're
I don't know if
able to
that would
probe
work.
deeper. And sense
You a memory
whatever
keeper?
thought is
I also have lore. I also have
Mind
lore
Probe.
crest that I can use off of that
in the
too,
creature's mind. Okay.
as a feature or talent.
So let's see. The workaround to this using yellow Astra. Okay. So your port is currently fused, as you kind of had talked about in some of your background material.
Yeah.
And you're kind of looking at this vial, this broken vial that came out of this Astronade. And you recognize that the Lorium vial, the one that looks different than a typical Lorium vial, and has the letters M or WMI engraved upon it. It actually looks very similar to the one that you know is infused, that is fused inside of your chamber inside. So wherever this came from, whatever WMI stands for, this is not the first one of these that you've come into contact with. So, as far as how to potentially get into his mind, you don't think that you're going to be able to plug in the way that you normally would. However, if you could get a hold of some yellow fade in a significant amount, a significant enough dosage, you think that you could induce this probe purely with an astral connection.
Okay.
I got a whole bunch of yellow I can expend right now.
Oh, God. I can't believe I'm asking you to do this. Please, Lucius, if you would be so kind as to lend me your assistance.
Oh, can I? I couldn't hear you.
Lucius,
I have robot
please
ears like you do.
help me. Thank you so much for your assistance in this investigation. You will be commended for such help. I appreciate it.
Oh, flatter me. I'm in.
Oh, God. What have I done? Ugh.
How much do you want?
As much as will induce a fade-like state.
Oh, all of it. Here we go.
Oh, God. And then that just immediately is pushed into me or into...
To you.
Into me, okay.
Yep.
So I am riddled with the yellow Astra.
So
and I get to...
Very similar to what you just watched Lucius go through, where you kind of like, luckily you're laid out on this table, like your body kind of just goes completely like loose and just limp. And all of you who are watching watch as the irises of Ulysses, like pupils, are just dilate to like a fully open state, and his mouth just drops open, and then he just completely relaxes. Ulysses, you find yourself adrift in space, in the void. You can see Bastion in its gas giant glow off to the left. To your right, you realize you're slowly drifting closer and closer towards the Harbinger. It's dark, almost organic looking hull, expanding in both directions. The enormity of this thing is almost beyond comprehension. As you drift closer and closer towards this, the brightness of the nearby stars begin to intensify and become yellow. Every last one of them shifts into the yellow color spectrum. And then you realize your entire vision is slowly being taken over by this chartreuse Astra color. You feel yourself pulled forwards, and then everything goes yellow, washing your vision entirely. And as you come to, blinking open, your eyes sensitive to the adjustment, you find yourself somewhere else in the city. You're in a place known as the Soup Kitchen. This place is a charity of sorts. It takes care of the people in the streets who sometimes can't afford to eat. They feed with the little nourishment that they can provide, but it also just happens to serve as a meeting place for a lot of illicit activities, black market type stuff. You find yourself in this place. You're sitting at a table. There's a carton of noodles with a pair of chopsticks shoved into it, sitting in front of you. It seems like, it feels like you're waiting for someone.
If I have autonomy to move in this space, I'm gonna look around. I'm a little bewildered still. And you can just. I think for me, it's very much akin to like that almost bullet time movement, like where you're so faded that you're like every motion feels choppy. So he's just going about doing basic things. He sees the noodles on the table with the chopsticks in them, goes to like pick it up, but then like doesn't touch it because he realizes like, where am I? And then starts looking around in space. What else do I see in this space?
Looking around, you at once feel like you have some control, some modicum of, autonomy, but at the same time, there's this weird sensation of deja vu. Like, this is a memory. Like, the decisions you're making aren't quite 100% your own. You're more reliving whatever this person did the first time around.
Oh, okay, cool.
And so you're looking around this place and you see faces that feel unfamiliar to you. Some of them are huddled close together, kind of whispering things you can't really overhear. You see a couple of things, your detective's, lens that you're applying to this kind of memory, this vision. You see several quick-handed deals going down, things that are very quickly kind of passed discreetly underneath the table from one party to another, things of that nature. But it is all mingled in with people who are simply here to eat, families, people on their lunch break, people that seem to have nowhere else to go, all of their belongings kind of stacked beside the table that they sit at. But then you see a hooded individual that is crossing the common space here in the soup kitchen and very quickly kind of lowers themselves into the chair opposite you. And this person says, "Did you bring the money?" You feel yourself nodding. Good. He slides a data pad across the table. A glancer, I think they're called in this setting.
Okay, cool. Yep.
And then you feel yourself kind of reach down and grab a small, essentially what would amount to a briefcase, and kind of just pick it up off the floor just ever so slightly and move it closer to his chair. The individual kind of looks at you square in the eyes and says, "We never met." Leaves the data pad, the glancer, and grabs the briefcase, stands, and moves away. And as you're left there, you see your hand reach down to reach out for this glancer. You notice that same pallid, canvas-like skin that reflects every color of the neon rainbow that shines here in Chrome City. The hand of the suspect that you have been following. And as you realize that, your vision once again washes with yellow. You feel this kind of stinging, this pain behind your eyes, this pressure. And when you open your eyes again, you are back inside of Sylvan's shop.
Okay. I That was interesting. I don't even know what to say. He met with someone. Brian. He looks at Lucius. Are you familiar with a place called the Soup Kitchen?
Would my character be? I think that having
It's a
been
good
down
chance.
here, I would think that, yeah.
Yeah, there's a good chance of it.
Oh, what do you want to know?
There was a deal made there between him and some man. He
That
handed.
narrows it down.
No, hold on. He handed him a glancer. Check the body. Check. He'll immediately stand up and check the check the other Forgeborn for the glancer that he saw in the vision.
Glancing through the pockets of this heavy coat that is worn by this Forgeborn, you find the exact same glancer in its pocket.
Yeah, he'll pull it out and then like slide it across where everyone can see it. He had this on him. I haven't done a dive like that in ever, Lucius. I could feel him move. It was like watching. I've memory dove before, but this was different. Whatever you did, I experienced firsthand. He and this man, and he kind of immediately silence. Do you have any drafting paper? And he, anything for creating blueprints or anything? I'm assuming you do down here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I reach over to one of the racks on the wall and grab out a sheath of papers. And
then just like as quickly as possible, I'm going to try to draft down a suspect sketch,
Okay.
as quickly as possible while I have it vivid in my memory of what he looked like.
Mm-hmm. So let's get a maybe an investigation roll.
Yeah, that sounds good. I don't know why I muted myself while I was doing this, but that's fine. Investigation. You're good at these things. Oh, there's no investigation on here.
My bad.
Would it be insight? Would it be
Let me see if there's a list of the
there's like
skills
okay, so
I
you've
can
got
look at.
astrogation, lore, medicine, tech, insight, perception, or
Isn't investigation intelligence based though normally in 5e?
Mm-hmm.
typically, yeah.
Let's see here. Well, where is the damn list?
I will roll whatever you would like me to.
Roll 3d4. No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea where the list of skills is. Okay. Let's try this as a lore check.
Okay, cool. I got a total of 12 because I have 0 to my lore.
So this is not the best rendition. It's a very crude sketch.
It's the quickest that I can get out with my current condition too.
Exactly. So you said it was an 11 total?
12 total.
12 total. Okay. So all right, I'm gonna do this then. Any one of you, all of you, anybody who wants to, can roll a lore check. This will not be at advantage or disadvantage for anyone. You can also roll, Chad, again.
Okay. That time I got an 18.
Okay.
At
Um,
20.
Okay. Damn.
If it's a certain kind of lure, Forgeborn have like a.
Oh, is there a little thingamabob for certain forge warden traits that I'm not familiar with?
Maybe. His home status. Forgeborn. I don't see anything. Oh, Memory Keeper? Are you a Memory Keeper?
That is, I am
type
a
of
memory
Forgeborn?
keeper. Yeah, I am a memory
Okay.
keeper Forgeborn, yes.
So, when recalling information, you can access hidden data stored in a deep recess of your mind once per long rest. When you fail an Astra-suppression, lore, medicine, or tech, you can choose to treat the result on the d20 as a 10 instead.
Oh, okay. Yep.
So, I don't know what your base roll was, but...
It was a 12. I rolled a 12, so...
Okay, so yeah, it wouldn't apply
so
here.
if I had failed at all, I would have been able, minimum of 12, of 10.
What did Todd get?
Oh, like a nat 20, I think he said.
Nat 20.
Yeah, I think he said nat
is what
20,
Todd-
yeah.
At
Yeah.
20.
Yeah.
Nat 20.
Okay, so I'm going to say, Ulysses, you, having sat across the table from this person and now having sketched it out and kind of revisited and thought about it a little bit, this person is kind of familiar to you, but you're not really exactly sure where. On the other hand, Sylvan, you know exactly who this man is based on this crude sketch. This is a man by the name of Friel Neza. I'll put it here in our chat. You've had some dealings with him at some point in the past. I'll leave it up to you whether it's been positive or negative or, whatever in between. But you know that he deals a lot with security and clearance type work, information. And that he can be bought for a price.
Okay. I know this man. Dealt with him before. Trying to remember. Deals with security, clearances, tech, access. Yeah.
Interesting. So, I mean, like, putting 2 and 2 together, we have the Lorium vial from WMI, and we have this gentleman that is a broker for security clearances. Huh. I wonder. And he looks to Kahiti. Anyone in your circles that might find information for WMI important?
Got some people in the family who could look into that for us. Might take a day or two, but they're pretty good on returns.
It'll take a day or two for me to get back to full working capacity, so I think we've got some time.
But seems to me That would be 2 you owe the family.
I see I'm making a lot of favors today. And he looks around at all three of you. Look, I realize that our relationship as a whole has not always been on the best of terms. Maybe tonight we resolve that. Right?
Works for me. Get on the whisper. Reach out to a water and the kids. For that,
Good.
put out. Well, and then just for a quick check, Jeremy,
Mhm.
I got a 17 on my not perception. We say insight or lore for knowing Friel.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So
Then you
would
also
I
know him.
I would know him through the channels, I'm assuming, for that?
Yeah. So not a part of your particular organization, but your particular
Right.
organization has had dealings with him before.
Right. So I just want to put that together when I get on the. I assume the whispers have
Sure.
range to get that far back to the whisper links.
Yeah, it's probably a little spotty because you're so deep down within the city and here in the landfill. But there's probably some kind of booster or something here inside of Sylvan's shop that kind of makes it possible, I would imagine.
Yeah. So yeah, Kahiti's gonna call back to the home office of sorts that we have for that,
Sure.
to see who's there on that one.
Okay.
And using Insurgent to put out the request for information, which I don't know if I can do that twice during a day or not. I gotta look. It may only be once per day, once per long rest. So I'd have to do it tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, I think with, the way that you kind of sold it, where it'll take a day or two to kind of, facilitate, that's perfectly fine. We can just kind of chalk it up to that. So, yeah, they'll inform you that they'll get right on it, but that Owara is definitely interested in seeing what information that you happen to get a hold of with this Glancer. As well as this Forgeborn and the Lorium.
Also, can we take a moment to look at the Glancer? I know I just slid it across the table and didn't actually look
Sure.
at what was on the device. But
Absolutely. So when you kind of realize that you haven't really looked at that and you've kind of hashed out this beginning of a scheme, you kind of look down at it, Ulysses. You realize that you haven't turned it on and even seen what it is. You kind of reach over and activate it, and you start to see very detailed plans of what looks like a space station. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session. So, wow, that combat ended up eating up a lot more of the session than I thought that it would. But
It was fun.
yeah,
We
I'm
rolled
really
like
happy to
shit.
hear that.
It's fine. We rolled like shit. It was fine. I loved it. Sometimes the dice are drastically in your favor, and sometimes the
That's
dice
true.
just keep rolling under 5 for half the game. So
The dice goddess is fickle.
I had great rolls, but I have limited range attack.
you were
and
also
limited burst,
surrounded
so
multiple times.
I couldn't move either. I think
And grappled.
I didn't spend a single round not grappled.
Yeah.
After
I'm
taking
so
on the first
used.
guy.
I'm so used to doing way more damage in 5e
Yeah.
than
Mhm.
this has.
Yeah, see, I
Yeah.
played a rogue last time in 5e, so my damage sucked. This is the first time
Oh
I'm
yeah, you're
actually
totally used to this.
throwing down damage now. I'm actually doing well, this is great.
Treaders are the damage dealers in this game for
Yeah.
sure.
Without a doubt.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I had a lot of fun though. That was great. That
That's
was
a good
great.
time. Yep.
Good. I'm very happy to hear that. Yeah, I'm going to pass things back over to my players so that they can give any other parting words that they might want to before we call it an evening. And then we're going to put a bow on it. So we're going to start in reverse order with Todd.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was really fun. Looking forward to the next time.
Yeah, me too. Definitely. There's hopefully going to be some interesting stuff that kind of cascades kind of in the aftermath of all of this that I'm really excited to be able to get to and start figuring out what y'all want to do, where you want to head next, and how you want to go about things. So thank you very much for coming along and playing tonight, Todd. All right, next we have Glenn.
Yeah, no, it's super fun, exciting. Looking forward to the next session on that one. I think I've got to do almost everything Kahiti has basic skills for, which is great. So now I get to push the bounds of it and see how close I can come to breaking your rules.
Not my rules. But yeah, that works for me. Playtest the hell out of it. They love getting the feedback from people, and I'm really excited for whenever they finally go to Kickstarter with Harbinger. It's been really cool to watch it shape up, and I'm interested to see how it's going to continue to shape up in the future.
Yeah, you said there's a feedback for them on that one?
Yes, somewhere. Remind me, and I'll try to get that to you.
Game mechanic wise, if they even just made it like your bonus plus your proficiency or your bonus and like whatever, it would be just that little extra bit.
For sure. Okay, cool. Yeah. Next we have Chad Smith. The other Chad.
The other Chad in some circles. Thank you very much to all of you for all of your time, and especially you, Jeremy, for putting this together. Once again, if for some reason you have not found the AbTab group, Absolute Tabletop, it's on Facebook, it's on Discord, it's on like all the things. You should check it out. They are the ones who have created this content in the sense of Harbinger, the rules that we are using. And it's a great community that hosts like games like this, and you can meet people like this, and maybe you can even run your own or just join your own or whatever, or join others or whatever. Thank you again, and take care until next time. Stay blessed.
Fantastic, man. Thank you so much. Again, always a pleasure to have you here on the channel, Chad. It's very much appreciated. And I second everything that he said. Check out Absolute Tabletop. I think the full title is the Absolute Tabletop Official Group on Facebook, I think is what it is. Not only do they produce fantastic RPG content, but as Chad pointed out, it is an incredible community of people who are creative and supportive and are interested in what you're doing, and they want to share what they're working on. It's a really fantastic collaborative space, and I do also highly recommend that you go check them out. All right, last but certainly not least, my brother from another mother, Chadley with the face.
Hi. So yeah, this was super fun. Glenn and Todd, so glad to have you along for this ride. This, I gotta say, first time playing with you guys, super happy with how everybody's meshing together and fitting storylines, and this is super cool. This is super fun. I'm excited to dive more into like the role play aspects. I know like a ton of this episode was combat, but I'm excited to dive into the role play in between all of our characters and stuff going forward. Yeah, Jeremy, as always, I love you. You run fantastic games. This game is amazing. I'm sure every game going forward will be great. If you get a chance, this gentleman right here is a fantastic GM. So if you have an opportunity to sit in on a game with him, please do so. You're going to do yourself a favor. Not only is he one of my best friends, he's a fantastic storyteller. He is a fantastic GM. He will guide you through a story that is genuine, heartfelt, and memorable in more ways than I can tell you. And that's me playing in mostly one-shots with this man. So legitimately do so. I'm lucky enough that I get to sit in this chair and play in this game with you guys today. But when it comes to future games that you run, Jeremy, things like that, if I need to give you an endorsement for anybody else to go and be a part of your games, I'm doing it right now. do it. As always, my name is Chad Nick. You can find me on numerous channels in AbTab. There's tons of content out there with my face on it. I don't even remember what I've done anymore. But I also will say that I'm a part of a little Twitch channel called Roll Call RP that we stream every other Saturday. Right now, we're taking a hiatus because one of our people is moving. But when we get back in there, we'll be doing that. And then I am also over at Acerson on Twitch every other Friday. So yeah, that is me, and I will be signing off now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chad. I'm yeah, I'm blushing. Thank you. Kenya is Acerson is also a very good friend of the channel, frequent player here on one of the campaigns, the D&D campaigns that I run once a month. So yes, absolutely, please do go check out all the channels and the links that are in the description of this video. All of these people deserve a little bit of love, so please send them some love. Yeah, if you are interested in trying to get me to run a game for you, there's also a link to my Start Playing profile in the description of this video where this game was put together. You can hire me to run a game, and I would be glad to do so. It's been an incredible adventure so far, and I cannot wait until the other 2 sessions, maybe even 3 sessions at this rate, of this campaign. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna call it a night. So, signing off. Last words: be nice to each other. Be kind out there. It's a harsh fucking world, and we don't need to be mean on top of it. It costs you nothing to be kind, so be kind. Don't be a dick. Until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.